It is late. The house has gone quiet, or close to it, and you are lying here with a particular kind of stillness that is not quite rest. The body horizontal, the mind still moving through rooms it has not finished. That is where we begin tonight. There are two things that make this particular night unusual. Pascal is here with us, and you have chosen to stay. Both of those choices matter. Pascal, because he thought more carefully about this specific experience, lying in the dark, unable to rest, aware of the machine of the mind still turning, than almost anyone who has ever written. You, because the willingness to be here in the honest quiet is the beginning of exactly what he was pointing toward. Blaise Pascal was born in 1623 inches, Clermont-Ferrand, a city in the volcanic highlands of central France. He was a mathematician before he was a philosopher. At 16, he had produced a treatise on conic sections that older mathematicians refused to believe a teenager had written. At 19, he built one of the first mechanical calculators ever made, assembling it from brass gears and walnut frames to spare his father the labor of tax accounting. He was, by any measure, a person of extraordinary capacity. And yet, what he is remembered for most, more than the calculator, more than the mathematics, is a single observation about a room. The room is empty. It is quiet. There is nothing in it that threatens you. There is no task waiting, no one arriving, no emergency forming in the distance. It is simply a room, a chair, and stillness. And Pascal noticed that almost no human being can stay there. Not for long. Not without something entering, a book, a conversation, a walk to find something, a thought that becomes an errand. The room is left. Always, the room is left. He wrote about this in the fragments that would become his Pensees, the unfinished masterpiece he never lived to complete. He died in 1662 at 39, his health broken by years of illness, his papers in stacks, his great project still assembling itself. What remained was a collection of notes, some polished, some rough, some a single line, about the human condition, written in a century that believed reason could answer everything. Pascal was not so sure. He watched the men of his time, the courtiers, the merchants, the scholars, the kings, and he noticed the same thing in all of them. They could not be still. They filled every hour. They sought entertainment, argument, travel, romance, sport, not because these things were bad, but because without them something rose, something they could not name. Let your body settle for a moment. Feel the weight of the mattress. Notice the air in the room, whether it is warm or cool. The thing Pascal noticed is not dramatic. It does not arrive with a crash. It arrives the way silence arrives, gradually, in the absence of noise. And then, there it is. He called it misery. Not the misery of poverty or illness, though he knew both. A deeper misery. The misery of a creature that cannot rest inside its own existence. Tonight, we sit with that. We will move slowly through Pascal's world, through the ideas he assembled in those fragmentary pages, through the question he posed at the center of the human experience, and through what it might mean to stop fleeing the room. There are two kinds of stillness Pascal is pointing toward in the Pensees. The first is the stillness we are afraid of. The second is one we have rarely been shown. We will come to the second kind. Not yet. But tonight, we will come to it. For now, the room. The lamp is on. Somewhere. The chair is empty. And you, who have perhaps not sat quietly without purpose for longer than you can remember, are already in the room Pascal was describing. Let us begin there. The Pensees runs to several hundred fragments, some a single sentence, some several pages. Pascal organized none of them. He died before the organization could happen. What we have is the thinking itself, still wet, still in motion, the argument unfinished, and the destination only partially visible. And yet, the destination is somehow clearer than if the book had been polished into certainty, because Pascal is writing towards something that cannot be arrived at through argument alone. He is writing toward the thing that argument clears the way for. And the clearing is what tonight is about. Something shifts here quietly. Not a resolution, a beginning. Chapter 2, Why Stillness Frightens Us. There is a thought experiment buried in the Pensees that Pascal never quite finished. It goes like this. Take a man, any woman, who has everything they have wished for. Good health, enough money, people who love them, no crisis, no emergency. Give them a morning with nothing they must do. See what happens. Pascal's observation was that within a short time, this person will become restless. The quiet will feel less like a gift and more like a pressure. They will find something to do, a task, a distraction, anything to interrupt the stillness that has arrived uninvited. And his question was, why? If everything is fine, if there is no danger, no pain, no threat, why should stillness be uncomfortable? He was not the first to notice this. Augustine of Hippo, writing in the 4th century, put it in a sentence that has outlasted most of what else he wrote. He was addressing God in his Confessions, that long, unwinding autobiography of a restless mind, and he said, "Our heart is restless until it rests in thee." Restless until it rests. He meant something theological, but Pascal took the observation and held it up against the ordinary experience of living, not only the spiritual life, but the daily one, and asked what the restlessness reveals. What does it reveal? It reveals, Pascal said, that we are uncomfortable with ourselves. Not our circumstances, ourselves. The company of one's own mind, unmediated by task or conversation or entertainment, is, for most people, most of the time, an uncomfortable experience. This is a strange thing to discover about a species that spends so much time thinking. We think constantly. We think while we drive, while we eat, while we listen to others speak. The mind is rarely quiet. But there is a difference between the mind that thinks in order to solve something and the mind that simply sits and is aware of itself. The second kind is what Pascal was pointing at. And the second kind, for reasons we will spend tonight exploring, is the one that frightens us. Let your jaw soften. Let your hands be heavy. There is a man named Thomas, 61 years old, who spent 38 years in accounting. He counted the days to retirement. He had plans, woodworking, the garden, long mornings. The plans were real. What he did not plan for was the first Tuesday with no alarm. He woke at his usual time. The house was quiet. His wife was still asleep. He sat in the kitchen with a cup of tea and waited for the day to ask something of him. It didn't. He sat there for perhaps 20 minutes before he checked the news. Then his phone. Then he started a project in the garage that could have waited weeks. He wasn't lazy. He wasn't afraid of silence in any conscious way. But the unstructured morning, the morning that belonged entirely to him, felt strange. Not peaceful, strange. Pascal would have recognized him immediately. The strangeness Thomas felt was not depression, not boredom in the trivial sense. It was the experience of being with oneself without a role, without a task, without an external definition. And for someone who had been Thomas the accountant for 38 years, Thomas alone in a quiet kitchen was slightly terrifying. He carried something that many people carry and rarely examine: the assumption that peace will arrive when the circumstances cooperate, when the work is done, when the children are grown, when the debts are paid. Pascal's uncomfortable proposal was this: the circumstances will never be quiet enough if the interior is not. And here is what he never named directly: the specific shape of the thing he himself was carrying. We will arrive there, not yet. But it shapes everything, he wrote, and when we arrive, the Pensees will look different. For now, stillness frightens us because of what rises in it, not danger, something closer, the self, unoccupied. And the self that is unoccupied is not nothing. It is not absence. It is a presence that most people have not had the chance to know well, because the occupation begins early and rarely stops. The child who is always in school, always in activities, always being prepared for the next thing. The adult who is always working, always responsible, always connected. The self that is unoccupied is the self that has had almost no practice at simply being, and the unfamiliar in any domain produces discomfort. Not because the thing is dangerous, because it has not been practiced. Chapter 3: Diversion and the Restless Mind. Pascal had a word for what we do instead of sitting still. He called it divertissement, diversion. In French, the word carries more weight than its English translation implies. It does not just mean entertainment. It means the act of turning away, diverting attention from one thing toward another, from what one would have to feel toward what one can instead do. He listed the diversions of his time with almost comic thoroughness: hunting, gaming, conversation, war, the building of houses, the management of estates, the pursuit of high office. He was not condemning these things as sinful. He was noticing what function they served. They served the function of keeping the room empty of stillness. Feel the weight of your body where it rests now. The shoulders, the spine, the legs. You don't need to move anything, just notice. There is a man, call him Richard, who was, by the time he turned 54, running a logistics company with 400 employees and offices in 3 cities. His calendar was booked 10 weeks in advance. He rarely ate a meal without checking something. On weekends, he took calls. His wife suggested, gently, that he seemed afraid of stopping. He rejected this immediately. He was not afraid of anything. He was building something. The company needed him. The teams depended on his decisions. This was not avoidance. This was responsibility. She didn't argue. But on a flight from Sydney to Singapore, delayed on the tarmac for 2 hours with no Wi-Fi and a dead phone battery, Richard sat in his seat with nothing to do. He described it later as one of the most uncomfortable experiences of his adult life. Not the delay, the nothing, the 2 hours that held only him. Pascal, writing in the 1650s in Paris, described this experience with precision. He said that men who are most eager for distraction are not running toward something, they are running from something. Specifically, from the thought of what their life actually is when it is not occupied. This is where Pascal becomes uncomfortable. He did not say this as a criticism, he said it as a diagnosis. The diagnosis applied to kings as readily as merchants. It applied, he was honest enough to admit, to himself. Because Pascal was not a calm man. He was brilliant, obsessive, argumentative, chronically ill, prone to mystical experiences and mathematical breakthroughs in alternating months. He was not delivering a lecture from a place of achieved peace. He was writing notes to himself, about himself, among other people, trying to understand what it was in human nature that made rest so elusive. And his conclusion was not flattering, but it was also not unkind. We seek diversion, he said, not because we are weak, but because we are constructed for something we cannot seem to locate. We were made, he believed, for something beyond the ordinary rhythm of days. And in the absence of that thing, whatever it is, we fill the time with motion. Kierkegaard, writing 2 centuries later in Copenhagen, would describe the same phenomenon in different language. He called it aesthetic existence, the life organized around stimulus and sensation, moving from one experience to the next, never staying long enough to feel what is underneath. Both men were describing Richard on the tarmac. Both men had sat in that same seat, metaphorically, and written about what they found there. The sociologist Hartmut Rosa, writing in the 21st century about what he calls social acceleration, has shown quantitatively what Pascal observed qualitatively, that the pace of modern life has been increasing for centuries and that the acceleration is not neutral. It is not simply that more is done in less time. It is that the faster the pace, the less time is available for the kind of slower processing, reflection, integration, genuine rest that human beings require for psychological health. The acceleration serves many purposes. One of its unexamined purposes, Rosa suggests, is the avoidance of stillness. Speed is the diversion available to an entire civilization. There are two kinds of restlessness, and you may be carrying the second one tonight. The first is the ordinary restlessness of a tired body that cannot settle. The second is something else. We will come to it. It takes the whole of the Pensees to name it properly. For now, notice the difference between the mind that is thinking and the mind that is noticing that it is thinking. The second mind is quieter. It watches. Diversion keeps us inside the first mind. Tonight, gently, we practice the second. Pascal's list of diversions was long and specific because he wanted to make a point about comprehensiveness. It was not only the obviously frivolous things, it was also the serious ones, the intellectual debates, the theological controversies, the mathematical problems that consumed him for months. Even the most elevated occupation, he admitted, could function as a diversion from the quieter question underneath. He was not saying that the work was worthless. He was saying that work, used as a way of never having to be still, is still diversion, just respectable diversion. The function remains the same regardless of the dignity of the occupation. Chapter 4: Anxiety Beneath Distraction. Anxiety does not usually announce itself. It arrives as a vague tightening in the chest during an otherwise ordinary afternoon. A restlessness in the legs after sitting too long. A low-level alertness at 2 a.m. that feels like something is wrong but cannot name what. Pascal did not use the word anxiety. It was not his century's word. But he described the thing precisely. He called it inquietude, unrest, the condition of a creature that cannot find its natural resting place. What he observed, and this is the part that still lands cleanly 3.5 centuries later, is that anxiety does not usually come from the outside, it comes from the inside. It is generated not by circumstances, but by the gap between what the mind is doing and what it needs. Let your breath find its own rhythm. You don't need to make it deeper, just let it move. Søren Kierkegaard in 1844 inches Copenhagen published a book called The Concept of Anxiety. He was 31. He had spent years walking the streets of the city at night, thinking. He concluded that anxiety was not a failure of the nervous system. It was a feature of consciousness. Specifically, it was what freedom felt like, because every moment of a conscious life contains a choice. Even the choice to do nothing is a choice. And the awareness of being the one who must choose, without certainty, without guarantee, without being able to return to a simpler state, produces in the lucid mind a kind of vertigo. He called it the dizziness of freedom. Kierkegaard saw this dizziness as unavoidable for anyone who was genuinely alive, genuinely aware of what it meant to be a free creature in an open future. The person who does not feel the dizziness has not yet understood the situation. They are living as if the future were determined, as if the choices were already made, as if the freedom were theoretical rather than actual. The dizziness is the recognition of freedom's reality. And it is, Kierkegaard thought, the beginning of genuine selfhood. Pascal would not have used that framing exactly. He had different theological commitments, but he would have recognized the vertigo. He described human beings as suspended between two infinities, the infinitely large and the infinitely small. Creatures of the middle distance, unable to comprehend either extreme, unable to rest comfortably in the middle. This middleness is the source of the anxiety, not the world, not the circumstances. The position of being human, aware, limited, mortal, free, and unable to fully reconcile any of those things. And what do we do with it? We distract ourselves, Pascal would say. Of course we do. What else could we do? Sit with the dizziness? Feel the vertigo of being conscious and mortal and free and finite all at once? Most people, most of the time, cannot. But here is what Pascal also noticed, and what Kierkegaard would later explore more fully. The anxiety that lies beneath distraction does not go away when the distraction is running. It waits patiently for the distraction to end. This is why the night feels different. The daytime distractions have stopped, the phone is face down, the task list is elsewhere, and something surfaces. The surfacing is not the problem. The surfacing is honest. What surfaces in the quiet is simply what was there all along. The awareness of being alive, uncertain, temporarily here, and unsure of what it all means. Bessel van der Kolk, the Dutch-American psychiatrist who spent decades studying how the body holds experience, wrote that anxiety very often lives in the body before the mind can name it. The shoulders that are always slightly elevated, the breath that never quite reaches the belly, the jaw that holds. The body has been carrying something the mind has been too busy to acknowledge. Tonight, the body gets to speak. You don't need to solve whatever it says. You don't need to act on it. You just need to hear it. That is already something. Pascal, in one of the more tender lines of the Pensees, said that human beings are searching for something they have lost and do not remember losing. The anxiety is the searching, not a malfunction, a signal. Somewhere beneath the restlessness is the thing the restlessness is pointing toward. We will move toward it slowly. There is no hurry tonight. Feel the weight of your body. That weight is real. That weight is here. Everything else, the thoughts circling, the plans forming, the small worries assembling, they are guests. The weight is yours. Chapter 5. The silence we avoid. What would happen if you sat in a room for 30 minutes with nothing to do and nothing to read and no one to speak to? Pascal asked this, not as an experiment, as a diagnosis. He thought the answer revealed more about a person than almost any other question. Not what they said, not what they believed, but what they did with the silence. Because silence is a test, but not a moral one. It does not test whether you are good, it tests whether you can be with yourself. And those are very different things. A room in Port Royal, just outside Paris, sometime in the 1650s. Pascal had been connected to the Jansenist community there, a serious, ascetic Catholic movement that believed in radical human dependence on grace and the fundamental inadequacy of human reason as a guide to life. He was not a monk. He was a visitor, a correspondent, a man drawn to their seriousness. The monastery was quiet, genuinely quiet. No court gossip, no salons, no debates about mathematics or physics. just prayer, work, and silence. Pascal lasted in that silence, but he also wrote in it, because silence for him was not the same as peace. Silence was where the real conversation began, the one between a person and whatever was at the center of them. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the back of your head against the pillow. In silence, what rises first is usually noise, not sound, mental noise. The things you meant to do, the thing you said at lunch that came out wrong, the email that needs answering. The small unresolved tensions of the day that were manageable while the day was moving, but that arrive clearly in the absence of movement. This is normal. Pascal would say, of course they arrive. They were always there. You were just traveling too fast to hear them. There is something in the Pensees, a fragment, incomplete, that Pascal left unfinished, where he seems to be reaching for an idea he cannot quite close. He writes about the human heart and its strange relationship to the things it cannot see. He is pointing towards something he experiences but struggles to name. The fragment ends mid-thought. We will return to it. There is a reason he couldn't finish it. By the end of tonight, the reason will be clearer. For now, the silence. Silence in a sleep content context is often presented as the goal. Achieve silence, achieve peace. But Pascal was subtler. He thought silence was not the goal, it was the condition for something else. The condition for honest self-encounter. And honest self-encounter, before it becomes restful, is often briefly uncomfortable. The woman lying awake at 11 p.m. reviewing the day is not in a comfortable silence. She is in what might be called an interrogative silence, the silence that asks questions rather than providing answers. Did I do enough today? Is everything all right with my daughter? Why do I feel this way and not another? This is the silence Pascal described. Not the silence of a garden at dawn, the silence of a mind that has nothing left to hide behind. He thought this silence was not a problem. He thought it was the beginning of wisdom. Because you cannot examine a thing while it is moving. The river you are standing in cannot be seen clearly until you step to the bank. The silence is the bank. What you see from there may not always be comfortable, but it is real. The word we have for what happens in this silence is often awareness, just awareness, not judgment, not problem solving, just looking. The looking, uncoupled from judgment or problem solving, is itself a form of rest. The mind that looks without agenda does not exhaust itself. The exhaustion of thinking comes primarily from the double burden of perceiving and evaluating simultaneously. The mind that watches the thought while also deciding what the thought means, whether it is welcome, what to do with it. The awareness that simply watches without the evaluating layer uses far less energy. And in using less energy, it permits the rest that the body has been asking for. Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese Zen teacher who spent decades teaching the practice of presence, said something that sits close to what Pascal was reaching for. He said that the present moment is the only moment available to us, and that the ability to be in it, truly in it, not planning the next one, is the beginning of peace. Pascal would have agreed on the function, if not the theology. You are here now. The room is here. The silence is, in its way, full. Nothing you hear tonight asks anything of you. Chapter 6. Boredom as Revelation. Boredom has a bad reputation. We treat it as a failure state, evidence that something has gone wrong, that we are not doing enough, not engaged enough, not stimulated enough. The remedy for boredom in the modern imagination is always more activity, more content, more sensation. Pascal would say we have misread it entirely. He thought boredom was one of the most honest experiences available to a human being. Not pleasant, he never claimed it was pleasant, but honest. Because boredom is what happens when the distractions stop and the real shape of a life becomes briefly visible. Imagine sitting in a waiting room with nothing to read and no phone. The first few minutes are fine. Then a mild restlessness. Then something that feels like tedium, the slightly oppressive sense of time moving slowly, of having nothing to hold on to. Pascal's question was, what is that discomfort made of? He thought it was made of the same stuff as the anxiety beneath distraction, the same interior pressure, the same reaching for something the ordinary world cannot provide. Seneca, the Roman philosopher writing 1600 years before Pascal, in his letters to the young man Lucilius, described something similar. He said that a person who rushes from place to place, seeking a change of scene to cure an interior unease, will find that wherever they go, they take the unease with them. The problem is not the place. The problem travels. This is one of the oldest observations in the philosophical tradition. The Stoics called it the principle of the undivided self, that the peace or the agitation you carry is interior and therefore follows you across all changes of scene. The new city does not cure the old loneliness. The new relationship does not dissolve the old pattern. The vacation from the problem is always temporary because the problem was never in the location. Boredom is the problem becoming visible. And visibility, Pascal insisted, was not the enemy. It was the beginning. Here is what boredom actually is, if you sit with it long enough. It is the mind without an assigned task, becoming aware of itself. It is consciousness turned inward without a project. And that awareness, raw, undirected, without purpose, is what we spend almost all of our waking hours avoiding. Because it is uncomfortable? Yes, but also because it is honest. Without distraction, the mind begins to ask the larger questions, not the urgent ones. Those are answered by the task list. The larger ones, the ones that cannot be answered by doing something, the ones that can only be sat with. What is my life actually like? What do I actually feel beneath the feeling of busy? What have I not been willing to look at? These are boredom's questions, and they are, Pascal would say, the most important ones available to us. He was not recommending suffering for its own sake. He had no interest in asceticism as punishment. But he believed, and this is the quiet center of the Pensees, that the human being who has never been bored has never been honest with themselves. They have been entertained their whole lives. And entertainment, though pleasant, does not answer the questions the human heart actually carries. Let your body be heavy. Nothing is required. The poet Rilke, writing from Paris in 1903, in his letters to a young poet, told a young man to love the questions themselves, not to chase answers. To live inside the questions the way you live inside a room, and to stay long enough for the room to become familiar. Pascal would recognize this. The room he was describing was not a comfortable room. But once you stopped fleeing it, he thought, something changed. Not immediately, not dramatically, but the quality of the room changed. The quality of what was in it changed. Boredom, endured past the first wave of discomfort, sometimes opens into something quieter. Emptiness that becomes spacious rather than threatening. The absence of noise that begins to feel, gradually, like a kind of rest. This is not guaranteed. Pascal made no guarantees. But he thought the entrance to that quieter place was always through the boredom, not around it. Tonight, you do not need to be interesting or entertained or useful. You can simply be here, in the mild tedium of a mind winding down. Let the boredom, if it comes, be honest. Let it ask its questions. You do not need to answer tonight. The questions will still be there tomorrow. Kierkegaard wrote that anxiety is not the enemy of a full life. It is the proof of one. A person who feels no anxiety about the future either has no future worth caring about or has not yet understood their situation clearly. The anxious person is at least awake to what is at stake. The difficulty is not the anxiety itself, but the relationship to it, whether it is met with presence or drowned in noise, whether it is allowed to inform or forced underground, where it will express itself in other, less legible ways. Tonight, just let them be questions. Chapter 7. The heart has reasons. Pascal wrote one of the most quoted lines in the history of philosophy, and it is almost always misunderstood. He wrote, "The heart has its reasons, which reason knows nothing of." People use it to justify feelings over thought, intuition over evidence, emotion over analysis. Pascal meant something more precise than that. He was not anti-reason. He had given much of his early life to reason. The mechanical calculator. The work on hydraulics and vacuum that overturned centuries of received opinion. The mathematical treatises that are still taught. He was one of the great reasoners of the 17th century. But he arrived, through that very rigor, at the limit of what reason could do. Reason, Pascal observed, can analyze. It can compare, structure, eliminate. It can tell you what is logically consistent. What it cannot do is tell you what to love, what to mourn, what to hope for. It cannot tell you whether your life has meaning. It cannot tell you whether you should get out of bed in the morning. It cannot tell you what to do with the 3 weeks you spent sitting beside your mother as she died. For those things, something else is operating. He called it the heart, not in the sentimental sense, not the Valentine's Day heart. The heart as the faculty of felt recognition, the part of you that knows something is true before it can say why. The part that grieves before it has finished understanding what it has lost. René Descartes, Pascal's near contemporary, and in many ways his intellectual opposite, was building the case that reason was the foundation of everything. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. The rational mind as the ground of being. Pascal read Descartes carefully. He respected the mathematics, but he thought the project was too narrow. He wrote in a fragment that has the feeling of an argument he had been having for years. Descartes, useless and uncertain. Not useless entirely. Useless for the questions that matter most, because reason can build you a ladder, but the heart has to tell you which wall to lean it against. Let your breath be slow. Let your mind rest inside what you are hearing, rather than ahead of it. There was a woman, call her Elena, who had been, for most of her adult life, a person who solved things. Practical, analytical, competent. She solved work problems and family problems and logistical problems with the same patient efficiency. And then her husband was diagnosed with something serious, and there was nothing to solve. She could organize the appointments. She could research the treatments. She could make the calls and hold the calendar. All of this she did with the same efficiency, and it helped practically. But at 3 a.m, lying awake while her husband slept, she encountered something reason could not reach. A grief that preceded the loss. A love that had no problem-shaped outlet. An awareness of what this person meant to her that had never been asked to articulate itself and now could not find words adequate to the task. The heart had reasons. She could not have written them in a logical sequence, but they were there, and they were more certain than anything she could have proven. Pascal would have recognized her immediately. He thought this was not weakness. It was the heart doing what it does, holding the things that cannot be systematized, holding them with a kind of knowing that reason cannot replicate. This is also why, he thought, the room is so frightening, because in the room without distraction, the heart speaks, and the heart does not speak in the language of analysis or productivity or achievement. It speaks in the language of what is real, and what is real is often what has not been tended, what has been carried without examination, what has been postponed. Tonight, you don't need to examine anything. The heart is patient. It has been patient for years, if it has had to be. Just let it be here. Let the weight of what you feel, without naming it, without solving it, simply be present. The heart already knows what it knows. You don't need to translate it tonight. There is a tradition in contemplative practice, found in various forms in the Christian mystical tradition, in Sufi poetry, in Zen, of what might be called non-discursive knowing. The knowing that does not proceed through argument, that arrives whole without stages. Pascal's experience on the night of the 23rd of November, 1654, was this kind of knowing. 2 hours. fire, recognition. He tried to capture it in a few lines and knew the capture was inadequate. The thing known was simpler and more complete than any sentence about it. Tonight, what is known in the quiet, the felt sense of what matters, of what the day was actually about, beneath the surface of events, that knowing does not require translation. Chapter 8. The Void Beneath Pleasure. Helena was 47 when she noticed it for the first time. She had been, by most measures, a person who knew how to enjoy herself. She liked good restaurants and long conversations, and the particular pleasure of a movie that surprised her. She traveled when she could. She had friends she loved. One Saturday afternoon in November, she had done everything right. A long lunch with a friend she hadn't seen in months. Good food, easy laughter, the warm walk home in low autumn light. She arrived home feeling pleasantly full of the day. And then, somewhere in the hour after, as the afternoon dipped toward evening and the pleasant warmth of the lunch began to fade, something arrived. Not sadness, exactly, not anxiety, a kind of hollowness, a slight deflation, as if the pleasure had been a balloon and she was watching it lose air. She thought, I should call someone, I should find a film. Pascal was describing exactly this. In 1658, in Paris, he called it the void. Not a philosophical abstraction, an experiential one. The space that opens beneath pleasure once the pleasure has passed. The gap between the good thing ending and the next good thing beginning. He observed that people who depend entirely on pleasure for their sense of being alive will find, reliably, that each pleasure leaves a slightly smaller trail, not because the pleasures were bad, but because they were finite, and the need they were serving was not. He thought the void was honest. He thought it was pointing to something. Specifically, the gap between what human beings are capable of wanting, the infinite, he said, without embarrassment, and what the world is capable of providing, the finite, the passing, the temporary. Every pleasure ends, every conversation winds down, every meal is finished, every holiday returns to ordinary life. And at the seam between the pleasure and its ending, something shows through. Something that was there before the pleasure started and is still there after it finishes. The ancient philosopher Epicurus, from whom we might have expected a defense of pleasure, was himself deeply attentive to this gap. He did not advocate for wild pleasures. He thought they made the void worse. He advocated for simple pleasures, stable friendships, the pleasure of understanding, because those, he thought, left smaller voids. Pascal read the Epicureans. He respected their diagnosis while disagreeing with their cure. He thought even the most refined pleasures still left the void intact, because the void was not a taste problem. It was a condition problem, the condition of being a creature that wants more than the material world can supply. This is not pessimism. Pascal was not recommending despair. He was pointing at something accurate. Notice your breath. Let it slow if it wants to. Helena, on that November afternoon, did not call anyone. She sat on the sofa for a while and watched the light change. She noticed, after some time, that the hollowness had shifted. not gone, but it had become something more like quiet, an ordinary quiet, not threatening. She had been afraid of it. She had been filling it her whole adult life with the next thing. Not because she was running from something she did not feel like someone running. She just felt like someone who liked to be doing. But in that November quiet, without reaching for the next thing, she sat inside the void and found that it was not actually a void, it was space. Space she had never quite been in before. Pascal would say, yes, that is precisely it. The void is not empty. It is the place where something else can arrive. Not a pleasure, something quieter than pleasure. Something that does not leave when the evening ends. He spent the rest of his short life trying to name that something. Tonight, we do not need to name it. We just need to notice the space. Let the evening be what it is. Let the quiet be spacious rather than empty. There is no void to fill tonight. Just the room, just this, just you, resting. There is a word in Japanese, ma, that refers to the space between things. Not emptiness in the sense of absence, but emptiness in the sense of interval. The pause between notes that makes music possible. The space between words that makes meaning legible. The Pensees, with its fragmentary structure, is full of ma, the gaps between the arguments where something can be felt rather than read. Pascal, whether intentionally or through the accident of his death, left room in his book. Tonight there is room in the night, and room is not a problem to fill. It is a condition to inhabit. Chapter 9, Overthinking and the Infinite. Pascal had a way of describing the human position in the universe that is still disorienting 3.5 centuries later. He said that a human being stands between two infinities. On one side, the infinitely large, the cosmos, expanding in all directions beyond any edge the mind can locate, the stars, the distances between them, the distances between the galaxies, the distances that dwarf those distances. He had thought carefully about this. He was a mathematician and a physicist. He understood, better than most of his contemporaries, just how large the large was. On the other side, the infinitely small, the atom and what is inside the atom, and what is inside the atom, a world of diminishing smallness that also has no flaw. And in the middle, a human being, lying in bed, thinking. The thinking is the extraordinary part, he said. A reed, the most fragile thing in nature, but a thinking reed. The universe can crush a human being without knowing it. But the human being knows they are being crushed. That knowing is the dignity. But it is also the problem, because the thinking that is our dignity is also the thinking that will not stop. You are aware right now of being here. You are aware of being aware. You can think about your own thinking, and you can think about the fact that you are thinking about your thinking, and so on, in a regress that has no natural stopping point. This is what overthinking actually is. not foolishness or neuroticism. The mind, functioning normally, doing what minds do, being aware, and finding that awareness has no off switch. Let your body be heavy. Let the ceiling be the ceiling. The phenomenologist Edmund Husserl, writing in the early 20th century in Germany, called this quality of the mind intentionality, the fact that consciousness is always consciousness of something. The mind is never blank. It is always pointing. Pascal would say, yes, and the something it points at most readily in the quiet hours is itself. The mind pointing at the mind. Awareness folding back on awareness. This is why the night gets loud. Not because new problems arrive, because the old ones have nowhere to hide when the forward motion stops. The overthinking mind is not broken. It is doing what it was built to do. It is being conscious in the particular way that human beings are conscious, reflectively, aware of its own awareness. The difficulty is that reflective awareness, without a resting place, will keep moving. The machine that is built to run will run, even when there is nowhere useful to go. Pascal's answer was not to stop the mind. He knew you could not stop it by force. His answer was to redirect it, not toward more problems, not toward more self-examination, toward something larger than itself. He thought the restless mind was restless because it was trying to land somewhere infinite on finite surfaces. It kept trying platforms: success, pleasure, love, achievement, understanding, and finding that each one was finite. The mind, which can conceive of infinity, cannot rest on the finite for long. It wants something that doesn't end. Tonight, you don't have to find that something, but you can let the thinking be what it is, not a malfunction, not a problem to be solved, but the mind doing its ancient, extraordinary, exhausting work of being aware. And awareness gently can become the resting place. Not awareness of problems, just awareness. The ceiling, the breath, the weight of the body, the particular quality of this hour. The mind that cannot stop thinking can learn gradually to think about simpler things, closer things, the breath, the body, the room. It is still the mind, it is still thinking, but it has found something closer to the ground. The German mystic Meister Eckhart, writing in the 13th century, described a quality he called Gelassenheit, letting be, releasement, the willingness to allow things to be what they are without the constant intervention of the organizing will. He was writing theologically, but the psychological description is accurate, independent of the theology. The mind that lets itself come closer to the ground, to the breath, to the body, to the simple physical facts of being present in a room, is a mind that has released, temporarily, the burden of managing the infinite from a finite position. Let it come down gently toward the ground. Pascal's image of the thinking reed is one of the most precise descriptions of the human condition in European philosophy. "The reed is fragile. It does not need a universe to crush it," he wrote. "A vapor, a drop of water, is enough to kill it." And yet when the universe does crush it, the reed knows it is being crushed. And the universe knows nothing. This knowing is the dignity, but it is also the weight. The weight of being a thing that knows what it is, small, mortal, temporary, and must nevertheless find a way to live with what it knows. Chapter 10: The Wound of Being Human. Pascal spent a great deal of the Pensees trying to hold two things at once that most thinkers of his era wanted to separate. He called them misery and greatness. The misery of a human being, that we are mortal, uncertain, easily deceived, prone to self-flattery, capable of sustained self-deception, frightened of the dark, frightened of silence, frightened of each other, and frightened of ourselves. The greatness of a human being, that we know all of this, that we can look at the full catalogue of our limitations and say, yes, this is true. Other creatures do not write sentences about their own eventual extinction. Only we do that. Pascal's insight, and it is strange and sustaining at the same time, is that our awareness of our misery is itself a form of greatness. A falling tree does not know it is falling. A human being falling through a difficult life can write about the fall, can reflect on it, can find language for it. That is extraordinary. And it is also the wound, because the creature that can comprehend its own mortality will also spend a great deal of energy trying not to. He wrote, "Man is nothing but disguise, lying, hypocrisy, both to himself and to others. He did not mean this cruelly. He meant it as a careful observation of the strategies that consciousness develops to protect itself from the full weight of being conscious. We perform. We construct versions of ourselves that are presentable, manageable, not too frightening. We tell certain stories about who we are and omit others. We are busy, in the dignified phrase, becoming someone, rather than sitting with what and who we already are. Notice your breath. Let it slow. There is a psychological tradition developed in the 20th century by Donald Winnicott in London that describes something similar in clinical terms. Winnicott wrote about the true self and the false self. The false self being the adaptation a person develops when their authentic self does not feel safe to inhabit. The false self is not a lie, exactly. It is a strategy, a way of being in the world that allows the world to accept you. But over time, the false self can become the only one who shows up. The true self stays in the room. And the gap between them, between who you perform and who you are, is experienced as a low-level, persistent discomfort. Pascal named this discomfort from the outside. He called it the condition of all human beings, not a personal failure. The wound of being human is simply that we are aware of ourselves and cannot quite accept what we are aware of. We are finite. We are temporary. We are uncertain. We are partly unknown to ourselves. And we are, at the same time, capable of mathematics, music, compassion, and the kind of grief that can only exist in a creature that love something deeply. Misery and greatness. Both at once. Inseparable. He thought this double nature was not a mistake in the design. He thought it was the design. That the restlessness produced by carrying both the misery and the greatness was pointing somewhere. Not to a solution, to something harder and more sustaining than a solution. To acceptance. Not the resignation kind. Not the defeated kind. The kind that looks at the full picture, the finitude, the fear, the extraordinary capacity, the inevitable loss, and says, "This is what is. I am here. I am this." And that is enough to begin with. Marcus Aurelius, in the 2nd century, sitting in a military tent on the Danube frontier, wrote something in his journal that has the same quality. It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. To begin to live, in Pascal's terms, was to stop pretending, to allow the wound to be there, not to pick it open, just to stop covering it. Tonight, you don't need to be anything other than what you are. Tired, maybe. Uncertain, maybe. Carrying things you have not been able to set down. That is the human condition. That is all of us. Let the wound be there and let it rest. The ancient tradition of memento mori, remember that you will die, was not a counsel of despair. It was a counsel of presence. The monk who kept a skull on his desk was not being morbid. He was using the image to interrupt the ordinary forgetting. The ordinary forgetting is the assumption that there is unlimited time, that the important thing can be postponed, that the relationship can be repaired later, that the words can be said when the moment is better. The memento mori says, later is not guaranteed. The moment is now. The words are available now. The relationship is here, now, in whatever form it currently takes. Chapter 11. Inner peace without escape. There is a version of peace that is just successful avoidance. The person who seems perfectly calm because they have arranged their life so that nothing difficult ever enters it. The routine that never deviates. The relationships that never require anything hard. The schedule so full that the uncomfortable questions never get a slot. Pascal would say, that is not peace. That is a very sophisticated form of diversion. Real peace, he thought, the kind that holds, has to be built on something other than the absence of difficulty. Because difficulty will come regardless. The arrangement fails. The routine is interrupted. The relationship changes. The schedule opens unexpectedly onto an afternoon with nothing in it. And then what? The person whose peace was built on avoidance has nothing to stand on. Peace, in Pascal's understanding, was not the absence of agitation. It was something that could coexist with agitation, something deep enough that the surface turbulence did not reach it. He was drawing on a tradition that goes back through Augustine and the early Christian mystics to a quality the Stoics called ataraxia, tranquility of soul. Not the absence of waves, but a center that was not thrown by them. Epictetus, the philosopher who had been enslaved and freed and who spent his life teaching that the only true freedom is interior, put it plainly, you cannot control what happens to you. You can only control how you meet what happens. That meeting, the quality of it, the groundedness of it, was what Epictetus called freedom. It had nothing to do with circumstances. Pascal extended this. The meeting required a self that was not constantly running, a self that could be still long enough to actually meet what arrived. Feel the weight of your body. Let the jaw soften. There is a common misunderstanding about peace, that it is a state you achieve through effort and then have, like a certificate you earn. Once you have learned enough, meditated enough, understood enough, peace arrives and stays. Pascal did not believe this. He thought peace was more like a practice than a possession, more like a posture than a destination. The posture of a person who has stopped fighting with reality, who has accepted the terms of being human, and who has found, not solved, but found, a place to stand within those terms. And he thought that posture required, above all, the willingness to sit with what is. Not what should be, not what was, what is. The particular night, the particular body, the particular mind with its particular contents. Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese teacher who spent most of his life exiled from his country for opposing the war, and who nonetheless produced work of extraordinary gentleness, said that peace is not something you find, it is something you are when you stop running. He had reason, of all people, to run. He had seen violence that would justify any escape, and he chose, repeatedly, to stay with what was there. Pascal did not know Thich Nhat Hanh, but he would have recognized the practice. The peace that Pascal thought was possible was not the peace of the problem solved or the life perfected. It was the peace of the self that has learned to stay, to not flee the room, to find in the room something the room actually contains, a quality of presence that is always available, always here, never requiring conditions that are not already met. You are breathing. The body is here. The room is here. That is already the beginning of what Pascal was pointing at. The Stoics called the interior resource they were cultivating hegemonikon, the commanding faculty. The part of you that is not swept away by events. The part that watches the swept-away parts with some degree of equanimity. Marcus Aurelius practiced this in the middle of plague and war, sitting in his tent and writing to himself. Not because writing solved anything, but because the writing was itself the practice of remaining an observer of his own experience, rather than simply being inside it, without any purchase on what was happening, not the full arrival, the beginning. But beginnings are enough for now. Chapter 12, The Misery of Diversion. Let us be precise about what Pascal was saying about diversion, because he is often misread. He was not saying that entertainment is bad. He was not prescribing solitude or condemning pleasure, or recommending a life without joy. He was the man who invented, among other things, probability theory, partly so that he could give a friend accurate advice about gambling. He was not above the pleasures of the mind, or of conversation, or of good argument. What he was saying was this: diversion deployed specifically as a way of avoiding what you would feel in the quiet, that use of diversion is a misery pretending to be a comfort. The hunting, the gambling, the court intrigue, the packed schedules. He observed that the people who pursued these things most relentlessly were also, when he looked closely, the people most frightened of what they would find if they stopped. The diversion was working. It was doing exactly what it was designed to do. It was keeping the interior quiet, covered. And the cost of that coverage was the whole of the interior life. He wrote something that has a clinical sharpness even now. Men seek distraction not because they are happy, but because they cannot bear to face what they would feel if they stopped. That sentence, cleaned of its 17th century construction, is still entirely accurate. Let your breath be what it is. Notice the room around you. The misery of diversion is not that the diversions are bad. It is that they are substitutes. They fill the space where something more sustaining could be. And they do it so effectively, so pleasantly, so convincingly, that the person inside the distraction never knows what they are missing. They just know, in the honest moments, that something feels slightly off. A low-level dissatisfaction that the next distraction is supposed to address, but never quite does. This is what Pascal called the most painful irony of the human condition. The thing we use to escape our suffering is itself a form of suffering. We are not resting when we seek diversion. We are working very hard to avoid a thing that, if we would simply sit with it, might turn out to be survivable. William James, the American philosopher and psychologist who died in 1910, spent years studying how the mind manages its own contents. He observed that the mind will, left to itself, find a way to whatever it is most afraid of examining, not because it wants to suffer, but because the fear of the thing is often worse than the thing. Avoidance keeps the fear alive. Facing the thing slowly, in the way that a light is turned on in a dark room gradually so as not to shock the eyes, often reduces it. The room you are afraid of is almost never as frightening as the running from it. There is a man, call him Adam, who filled his 30s with ambition, the startup, then another startup, the money that never quite arrived, the next project that would solve the problem of the previous one. He was building, he told himself. He was building toward something. At 41, after the third failure, he sat alone in a flat in Melbourne for a weekend with no plan and nowhere to be. His partner was away. The friends weren't available. There was nothing to do. He stayed in it, with effort, for 2 days. And by Sunday evening, something he had not expected arrived. The thought that the building had been, at least partly, a way of not having to ask whether the building mattered, whether he mattered, whether the accumulation had been making him happy or simply making him feel legitimate. These questions were not comfortable, but they were his. They were actually his questions, and he had not been asking them because he had been too busy building. The misery of diversion is that it delays this arrival, sometimes by years, sometimes by a whole life. Pascal was aware, in writing this, that he was also writing about himself. He did not exempt himself from the diagnosis. The man who produced prodigious mathematical work and engaged in fierce theological controversies and participated in the intellectual life of Paris, that man was also running. He knew it. He wrote about it without apology or self-congratulation. The honest self-examination is part of what makes the Pensees survivable to read. It is not a lecture delivered from a height. It is a man at roughly the same altitude as the rest of us, looking at what he can see from there. Pascal thought the honest life began when the diversion was put down. Tonight, the diversion is put down, not permanently, just for tonight, just for these hours, while the body rests and the mind is invited to be what it is. The German philosopher Martin Heidegger, who spent much of his career trying to describe the experience of being rather than the analysis of being, wrote about what he called Gelassenheit, a word that does not translate cleanly, but that carries the sense of releasement, of letting things be what they are without the constant pressure of the will to arrange and control. It is the opposite of the frantic management of experience. It is the willingness to let the night be the night, the silence be the silence, the body be the body. Chapter 13. Solitude without pretending. Solitude and loneliness are not the same thing, though the same room can contain either. Pascal understood this. He spent significant periods of his short life in genuine solitude, the Port Royal retreats, the months of illness that kept him from the salons and debates of Paris, the long night hours of writing in a cold study. He did not romanticize this. Some of it was difficult. But he distinguished between two kinds of being alone. The first, being alone and using the time to perform, writing the version of yourself that will be presentable when others return. Planning, managing, reviewing your image in an imaginary audience's eyes. This is solitude that is secretly not solitude. It is still other-directed, still managed, still running the same social machinery with no actual people present. The second, being alone and allowing yourself to be simply what you are without performance. This second kind is what he meant by honest solitude. And he thought it was rare. He thought most people who sought solitude were actually seeking the first kind, a break from the social world while still conducting it internally. Thomas, the man we met earlier, the retired accountant who could not sit still in his kitchen on the first Tuesday of his freedom, spent several weeks in that first kind of solitude, alone, technically, still running his internal management meeting, still asking himself whether he was spending the time correctly, still, even in the empty house, performing for an imagined audience. It took him a long time, months, he said later, before he found what might be called the second kind. The morning when he sat in the garden with his tea and did not review his performance as a gardener or a retiree or a husband, simply sat. The birds were there, the light was particular. He had no opinion about whether he was doing it correctly. He described that morning as one of the stranger and more peaceful of his recent memory. Feel the weight of your body. Let your hands be still. Montaigne, the French essayist who retired to a tower in Bordeaux in 1571 at the age of 38, provides a useful counterpoint to Pascal. He had also lost people he loved, his best friend, his father, several children, and had retreated into solitude and writing to manage the losses. But Montaigne's solitude was different from Pascal's in one important way. Montaigne was genuinely curious about himself. He wrote about himself without self-censorship, examining his own contradictions with something like affectionate amusement. His solitude produced the essays, the first personal essays in the European tradition, because he was willing to be actually with himself, not the performed version. Pascal was more severe. He did not trust the self the way Montaigne did. He thought the self was too prone to self-flattery to be taken at its own word. But on the question of solitude, they agreed. The version that pretends is useless. The version that simply is, without agenda, without performance, without the need to be doing solitude correctly, that version is the door. Tonight, you don't need to do anything correctly. You don't need to be meditating, or processing, or healing, or resting productively. You just need to be here, in whatever form you actually are. Tired, probably. Slightly wound up from the day, possibly. Uncertain about some things. At ease about others. That is not a preparation for something else. That is the thing itself. The solitude that is honest is not the one that looks a certain way. It is the one that stops looking. Let yours stop looking now, just for these next hours. The performance is over for tonight. Pascal, in the Port Royal community, found something he had not found in Paris, a context where performance was not rewarded. The Jansenists were suspicious of cleverness deployed for social approval. They valued seriousness over brilliance, depth over display. For a man of Pascal's intellectual gifts, this was both uncomfortable and clarifying. He could not shine there. And in not being able to shine, he had to find out what was left when the shining stopped. What he found, slowly, imperfectly, was the quieter thing that had been there all along. Chapter 14. The Fragility of Greatness. One of the most famous passages in the Pensees is about a king. Pascal imagined a king sitting alone in his chamber. No musicians, no advisors, no petitions, no entertainments. Just the king in a silent room. It would not be long, Pascal observed, before the king became restless. Before he summoned someone. Before he found something to occupy the silence. And then Pascal asked, why? The king has everything. He is, in the worldly sense, the most powerful person in the kingdom. What is there to flee in his own chamber? The answer Pascal gave was this. The king's sense of being the king depends entirely on the presence of people who treat him as the king. In his private chamber, alone, He is not a king. He is a man. And the man, stripped of title and audience and function, does not know what he is. The crown is not an interior thing. It is a social fact. Remove the court and something remains, but the crown is gone. This is not an observation about kings specifically. Pascal was using the king as the clearest example of a universal condition. All of us, to varying degrees, carry our sense of self in our roles, our reputations, our functions. The thing we are called by others, the title, the relationship, the professional identity, becomes so woven into our sense of being that without it we feel strangely less real. Let your shoulders drop. Feel the air. The psychologist William James, writing in the 1890s at Harvard, put it differently. A man has as many social selves as there are individuals who recognize him. We are plural. We are the person at work, the person at home, the person with old friends, the person in the doctor's office, the person in bed at night. These are not all the same person. They share a body and a history, but they inhabit different social situations with different faces. And when all the social situations withdraw, when you are alone, in the dark, with nothing to identify you, which one is the real one? This is the question the king could not answer in his chamber. This is the question that sends him back to the court. Epictetus addressed something adjacent to this in his discourses. He said that the wise person's sense of identity does not depend on external recognition. That freedom was interior, independent of what anyone else thought or acknowledged. You are what you are, regardless of who is watching or what name they call you by. This is easier to say than to inhabit. Most of us, if we are honest, feel more solid in the presence of the roles we play, more substantial when called by a name that means something in someone else's eyes. The quiet room strips that away, and we are left with the man or woman behind the crown. Pascal did not think this was a crisis. He thought it was a beginning. Because the self behind the crown, the one that exists before the titles arrive and after they leave, that self is closer to something true, less constructed, less dependent. The work of the quiet room is to become more comfortable with that simpler self. Not to eliminate the roles, they are practical, useful, even enjoyable, but to know that you exist without them. You existed before the job, before the title, before you knew what you were good at. You exist now, in this room, when nothing is expected of you. That existence is enough. Augustine, before his conversion, had been precisely this kind of person, dependent on recognition, organized around his reputation as a brilliant rhetorician, seeking the next position that would confirm his significance. He describes in the Confessions the exhaustion of that life, not because the recognition was absent, but because the recognition was never quite enough. Each achievement required another achievement to maintain the feeling of being someone. It was, as he realized eventually, a thirst that could not be quenched from the outside. The spring, if it existed, was interior. Chapter 15. Death Behind the Curtain. Pascal kept death close. Not morbidly, not in the way that collapses into obsession or despair, but close in the way that a carpenter keeps tools near. because he was going to use the awareness. He died at 39. He knew by his mid-30s that his body was failing him. Chronic illness ran through almost his entire adult life. Headaches, digestive problems, neurological episodes that left him partially paralyzed for periods. He knew with more certainty than most of us prefer that the time was limited, and so he thought about death. Carefully, with the precision of a mathematician examining an axiom. He arrived at a conclusion that is still uncomfortable. One of the primary drivers of diversion is the refusal to think about death. We arrange our lives, he said, like people who have placed a curtain in front of an abyss and forgotten the curtain is there. We furnish the space in front of the curtain beautifully. We entertain ourselves in it magnificently. We redecorate it every season. We do not look at what the curtain is hiding. Seneca, in his letters, written from retirement in Rome at the end of a turbulent career, said something similar. He wrote, "Let us prepare our minds as if we had come to the very end of life. Let us postpone nothing. Let us balance life's books each day. The balancing is not morbid, it is clarifying. Because when you hold the awareness of mortality not as a threat, not as a terror, but as a simple fact, the small urgencies of daily life arrange themselves differently. The argument that seemed essential becomes optional. The grudge that was going to be maintained indefinitely becomes a weight not worth carrying. The thing that was being postponed until conditions were right reveals itself to be something that could have been done today. Let your breath be easy. Nothing is being demanded." This is the Stoic insight that Seneca and Marcus Aurelius both reached through different paths, and that Pascal reached through his own. The awareness of death as a clarifying force, not a paralyzing one. Marcus Aurelius, writing on the Danube frontier in 170 AD, surrounded by plague and war, wrote in his journal, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." He was not recommending despair, he was recommending presence. The awareness of death as a clarifying force rather than a paralyzing one has ancient roots. The Epicureans had a phrase, memento mori, remember you will die. It was not meant to produce anxiety. It was a cognitive tool, a way of puncturing the illusions of indefinite time that allow us to defer what matters in favor of what is merely urgent. When you hold the awareness that this particular day is one of a limited number, the question of how to spend it answers itself differently than when you assume unlimited days are available. Because the person who carries a genuine non-performed awareness of their own mortality is a person who does not defer living. They do not say, "When things are easier, I will be present." They say, "Now. This is it. This hour." Pascal, dying in pieces at 39, had no luxury of deferral. And the Pensees, written in that condition, have a quality that is impossible to fake. The quality of a person who knows they are writing with limited time. Every fragment has the urgency of something that matters. Tonight, in this particular dark, you do not need to perform urgency. But the awareness that Pascal carried, the awareness that this time is real, that this night is actual, that the body you are resting in is on loan, that awareness can do something quiet and important. It can make the ordinary feel sufficient. This bed, this hour, the sound of your own breathing, sufficient, not as a compromise, but as a genuine fullness. The curtain is there. Pascal didn't pretend it wasn't. But on the other side of the curtain is not only the abyss, there is also the life that becomes, in the presence of that awareness, more clearly itself. Chapter 16. Stress and False Importance. Pascal had a specific observation about what he called the men of importance of his time. He noticed that they worked very hard. They did not idle. They were in constant motion, managing, deciding, arranging, pursuing. Their schedules were full, their responsibilities pressing, their minds rarely at rest. And he noticed that much of this busyness, not all, but much, was organized around concerns that would, in a very short time, not matter to anyone. The particular negotiation, the political position currently in dispute, the reputation currently being constructed or defended, the wealth currently being accumulated. He was not condemning industry. He was noticing the particular flavor of urgency that these men carried, the sense that what they were doing was of the highest importance, that everything depended on it, that there was no time to stop. And he was noting the function that urgency served. It made stopping impossible, which made silence impossible, which made honest self-examination impossible. The stress of false importance is a very effective diversion. It feels virtuous. It feels like dedication. It has none of the embarrassment of obvious frivolity. A man who cannot sit still because he is saving the company from disaster is not seen as a man who cannot sit still. He is seen as essential. Pascal saw through this, gently but completely. Marcus Aurelius, who governed an actual empire, not a company, not a legal firm, not a department, wrote to himself, "Do not live as though you have 10,000 years remaining." He was a man for whom the stakes were genuinely high, and he still thought the urgency of daily affairs was partly a construction, partly a story we tell ourselves to justify our restlessness. Let your body be heavy. Let the thoughts be slower. There is a quality to certain kinds of stress that is almost self-generating. The mind, convinced of its own importance, produces more material to be stressed about. Each resolved anxiety generates two more. The inbox is never empty. The list is never finished. This is partly structural. Work is genuinely unending. But Pascal would say it is also partly chosen. The person who needs to be needed, who requires a constant external justification for their existence, will find the justifications. The stress follows the need. The stress of false importance is the stress that we, somewhere beneath the busyness, know is not quite necessary. The late email that could have waited until morning, the meeting that could have been a note, the problem that we are solving partly because solving it confirms that we are the kind of person who solves things. We are each, in our own way, running a small version of Pascal's court, maintaining an urgency that excuses us from sitting in the quiet room. What would happen tonight if you allowed the importance to be smaller? Not eliminated, just smaller. The problems that felt enormous at 6 p.m., look at them from the bed at this hour and let them be the size they actually are. Some of them are real, some of them are urgent, but none of them require your attention at this moment. At this moment, the body is resting. The mind is being invited to do the same. The false importance does not need to be defended tonight. Let it deflate gently. Not forever, just for now. What remains, when the false importance is put down, is the real importance. This life, this body, this night, that is enough to attend to. The philosopher Joseph Pieper, writing in the 20th century, used the term leisure not to mean entertainment, but to mean the capacity to receive, to be open to what is without the pressure of production. He thought the modern world had largely lost the capacity for genuine leisure, had replaced it with recreation, which is merely the recharging of the productive self rather than leisure, which is the willingness to be present to reality without demanding that reality serve your purposes. What Pascal called the quiet room is what Pieper called leisure, and both thought it was not a luxury. It was the condition for wisdom. Chapter 17. The mind chasing noise. There is something almost predatory about the way the restless mind hunts for stimulation. You know this from late nights. The phone picked up for no reason. The app opened not because anything was waiting, but because the hand moved before the decision was made. The television left on not for the program, but for the sound. The ambient noise of other lives providing enough background to make your own interior slightly quieter. Pascal noticed this in the 17th century without a phone. The mechanism is the same. The mind, seeking distraction, will find it at a ball, in an argument, in a game of chance, in any available social encounter that provides enough external content to occupy the internal scanner. He called this the restless mind, not as a criticism, as a description. The mind is built to be active. It is not built to be idle. Left without input, it will generate its own, which is fine, except that the input it generates when left unsupervised tends to be anxiety, regret, or replayed conversation. So the mind goes looking. William James, at Harvard in the 1880s, was the first psychologist to study attention systematically. He noticed that voluntary attention, the kind you deploy deliberately, is difficult to sustain. The mind wants to drift. It drifts toward novelty, toward the unexpected, toward anything that breaks the monotony of the sustained focus. This is not a failure, it is a feature. The brain allocates attention to novelty because novelty might matter. The rustle in the grass that could be wind or could be a predator. The mind that notices it survives. The mind that ignores it doesn't. But in a modern bedroom, there is no predator. The rustles are not important. And yet, The attention still moves, still seeks, still scans for something new. Let your breath settle. The room is still. Pascal thought the mind that chases noise could learn with patience to be more still. Not through force. He was too honest about human nature to recommend willpower as the primary tool. Through something subtler, through habituation. The mind chases noise, partly out of habit, the habit of reaching, the habit of filling. If you have been filling every available moment for years, the unfilled moment feels wrong, like an error to correct. But the habit can change, slowly, and not by fighting the chasing, but by offering the mind something quieter to rest on. Not nothing, something, a thought, a memory, a slow sense of the body in the room. The mind does not need silence enforced on it. It needs a slower river to swim in. There is something your body has been trying to tell you. It has been patient. The body, unlike the mind, is not confused about what it needs. It wants to be warm, horizontal, unhurried. It has been waiting for the mind to follow its lead. The mind chasing noise is not your enemy. It is a very anxious friend who has been doing the best it knows how. Tonight, gently, you can invite it to rest. Not because the noise was bad, because the quiet is available. And the quiet, as Pascal knew, contains something the noise was covering, not a threat, something worth finding. The mind can slow down now. Let it. Chapter 18. Why we fear ourselves. The most uncomfortable encounters most people have are not with other people. They are with themselves. Pascal made this observation with care. He was not accusing anyone. He was noting a pattern that when circumstances create genuine solitude, genuine quiet, genuine absence of external input, the thing that often fills the space is not peace, but a particular kind of discomfort. The discomfort of being in close proximity to oneself without the usual mediation. Usually, we know ourselves through reflection, reflected back through work, what we accomplish, what we contribute, through relationships, what others need from us, how they see us, through reputation, the name we carry in the community. Remove the reflections, and what is left? A question that is harder to answer than it sounds. Donald Winnicott, the British psychoanalyst who worked in the mid-20th century with children and later with adults, developed a concept he called the capacity to be alone. He meant something specific. The ability to be in a room without needing to be doing something, achieving something, or being seen by someone, and to find that state restful rather than threatening. He noticed that this capacity is not universal. Some people have it readily. Others find that being truly alone, without task or audience, produces a low-grade anxiety that they cannot quite account for. He traced this, in his clinical work, to early experiences of being seen and held, or not. The child who learned that their authentic self was accepted found in adulthood that being with themselves felt like safe company. The child who learned that performance and accommodation were necessary to be acceptable found in adulthood that being alone with the unperforming self felt dangerous. Not because the self was actually dangerous, because the self had never been tested in genuine safety. Feel the weight of your body. Nothing is required. Pascal's framing was different. He was not writing a clinical paper, but the intuition is similar. He thought the fear of oneself was the fear of what one would find there, the recognition of one's own mortality, one's own inconsistency, one's own capacity for self-deception. These are not comfortable things to encounter. But they are not what we think they are either. The person we are afraid of meeting in the silence is usually the person who is frightened, the one who has been carrying things they have not been able to put down, the one who has been performing and is tired, the one who is not sure they are enough, who has never quite been sure and has arranged their life to avoid having to sit with that uncertainty. When you meet that person in the quiet, and tonight you may meet them, the appropriate response is not alarm. It is something closer to recognition. There you are. I have been avoiding you. I see you are tired. That encounter, held with the kind of steadiness that Pascal associated with genuine interiority, is not terrifying. It is, in its way, a coming home. You do not need to resolve anything tonight. You just need to let the self that you are, the one behind the performance, the tired one, the uncertain one, be here. That self is not dangerous. It is just yours. There is a line in the work of the psychoanalyst D.W. Winnicott about the infant who is learning that the space between itself and the caregiver is safe. That the caregiver does not need to fill every moment of the infant's experience. That silence and distance between people who love each other can be held without it meaning abandonment. The capacity to be alone, Winnicott thought, was first learned in the presence of a trusted other. You were held in silence by someone, and the silence felt safe, and over time you internalized the safety. Tonight, that internalized safety is available. The trusted other is the room itself, the long night, the quiet, the body that holds you. Let it be here, in the quiet, without needing to be different. Chapter 19. The Restless Search for Meaning. Adam spent his 30s building things. 2 startups, one that failed after 14 months, one that reached a modest acquisition before collapsing in the integration, a 3rd project that was always forming at the edges of his attention, like weather. He was smart, energetic, well-connected. People liked him. The building was real. The effort was real. At 41, after the 2nd failure, he sat alone for a weekend in Melbourne. We met him briefly earlier. And in the 2 days of forced stillness, a question surfaced that he had not been asking. Not, what should I build next? But, what have I been building toward? He had no answer. And the absence of the answer was, briefly, a kind of vertigo. Viktor Frankl, the Austrian psychiatrist who survived Auschwitz and built a system of thought from the experience, called this the existential vacuum. The state of a person who has stopped asking why and has been managing the how, the logistics, the tactics, the next deliverable, without ever returning to the question underneath. He observed it throughout his clinical career, most acutely in people who had achieved what they set out to achieve, and found that achievement did not provide what they had thought it would. Frankl called this the Sunday afternoon depression, the particular hollowness that descends when the week's work is done and the manufactured urgency recedes. The person who has organized their life around achievement suddenly finds that achievement, in the absence of the next target, provides no interior light. The trophy does not warm the room. The title does not keep you company, and the question that achievement was supposed to answer, "Am I enough? Do I matter?" returns, patient in the silence. The job completed, the money accumulated, the reputation established. And then, now what? Frankl's insight was that meaning is not found in achievement, though achievement can be meaningful. It is found in the relationship between a person and what they consider to be worth the investment of their limited time. The restless search for meaning is not a search for an answer. It is a search for a genuine relationship with one's own life. For the feeling that what you are doing matters, not abstractly, not to a third party, but to you. In your specific body, in your specific hours, in your specific days. Let your breath be easy. Feel the room. Pascal believed that the restless search for meaning was evidence of the search's legitimacy, that people would not keep searching if there were not something to find. The hunger implies food somewhere. This is a theological conviction for Pascal. He thought the thing being searched for was God, specifically the God-shaped hole that Augustine had described, the heart that cannot rest until it rests in the source of its own being. But even without the theology, the observation holds. The restless search is honest. It is the appropriate response of a conscious creature to a life that is genuinely mysterious and genuinely limited. Adam, after the second failure, did not start a third company immediately. He took 6 months. He read. He walked. He sat with the discomfort of not producing. At the end of the 6 months, he said that he had found something he had not expected. Not a new business model, but a sense of what he actually cared about. Not what he should care about. What he did. The caring turned out to be real, and it turned out to be different from what he had been building. He went back to building, but something had shifted. The building had a different quality. Less urgency, more intention, less frantic, more grounded. He still got restless. The restlessness did not disappear, but the search had a direction it had not had before. Meaning is not the elimination of restlessness. It is the restlessness finding something worth pointing toward. Tonight, you don't need to find that something. The search can rest. The question can be set down for these hours. You are here. That is enough of an answer for now. Frankl wrote that meaning cannot be given to a person. It can only be found by them in the specific texture of their specific life. The philosopher who tells you what your meaning is has confused their meaning with yours. The teacher who assigns the answer has confused teaching with the thing teaching is supposed to make possible. The found meaning is always particular to a relationship, to a work, to a responsibility, to a love that cannot be transferred to anyone else without ceasing to be itself. Which is why the restless search is necessary. The answer is not general. It waits in the specific. Chapter 20. The Hidden Shape of Loneliness. Loneliness is one of the most misunderstood experiences in ordinary life. We tend to understand it as a social problem, a shortage of people. Fix the shortage, fix the loneliness. Join the group, make the call, arrange the dinner. And this is not wrong. Human contact does help. Genuine connection does reduce loneliness. But Pascal, and a number of psychologists after him, noticed a category of loneliness that is not solved by people. The loneliness that is there in a full room. The loneliness that does not lift even with a good evening among friends. The loneliness that a person in a stable marriage can carry, quietly, without quite being able to say why. This kind of loneliness is not a shortage of people. It is the awareness of one's own interior separateness. Each person, Pascal observed, is fundamentally private. No matter how much you share in conversation, in intimacy, in confession, there is always something in the interior that language does not quite reach. The specific quality of what it is like to be you in your exact body, with your exact history, in your exact relationship to your own existence. That is not transferable. You are here, and no one else is exactly here with you. This is not a tragedy. It is the condition. But it can feel like loneliness, and the feeling is legitimate, and it often intensifies in the quiet hours when the social surfaces have been put away, and what remains is only the private self, aware of itself. Notice your breath. The room is here, and you are in it. Irvin Yalom, the American existential psychiatrist, whose work grew partly from his reading of Heidegger and Sartre, named 4 ultimate concerns of human existence: death, freedom, isolation, and meaninglessness. The isolation he meant was not social isolation. It was this interior aloneness, the gap that exists between even the most intimately connected people. He wrote that the recognition of isolation was terrifying for most people, and that much of what we call relationships were partly organized around not having to face it. We are with someone, so that the awareness of being fundamentally alone recedes. This is not cynical. It is honest. The comfort of good company is real. It is just not the solution to the deeper thing. Pascal, in his way, thought the deeper thing was designed in. He thought the experience of interior aloneness was one of the places where the soul became aware of its own situation. Creatures who cannot fully reach each other, who long for connection, who find partial comfort in each other, and something more permanent still being sought. He was pointing towards something theological. But the description, the loneliness that does not fully yield to company, is accurate without the theology. What do you do with the loneliness that is simply the condition? Pascal thought, you learn to be in it without fighting it. You let the separateness be what it is. You stop trying to solve a condition with a remedy, and in letting it be, something changes. Not the condition, the relationship to it. The loneliness that is accepted as part of the human situation becomes something different from the loneliness that is experienced as a personal failure. It becomes, in some way, a shared condition. The awareness that every other person in every other room tonight is also, in some private way, alone. There is a strange companionship in that shared aloneness. You are not unique in this. You are, in fact, exactly like everyone else, privately here, temporarily here, reaching across the gap as best you can. Tonight, in the room, with whatever it is you are carrying, you are in very good company. Chapter 21. Distraction as Self-Protection. We have been talking about diversion as avoidance, but Pascal, who was more complex than a simple moralist, also recognized something else. Sometimes distraction is mercy. There are experiences so acute, so raw, so close to the unlivable edge of what a person can bear, that the mind's movement toward distraction is not cowardice, it is survival. The shift to something else, any something else, is the nervous system protecting itself from what it cannot yet process. The person who loses someone and throws themselves into work for 6 months, the teenager who discovers headphones and music at the exact moment the family becomes unbearable, the man in a difficult marriage who becomes absorbed in a project at the exact time when being in the room with the difficulty would be too much. These are not always pathological. Sometimes they are appropriate. The timing of what can be faced is not always now. Pascal acknowledged this. He was not a simple critic of distraction. He was a careful observer, and he observed that distraction serves different functions in different people at different times. The distinction he drew was between distraction as temporary relief, legitimate, human, sometimes necessary, and distraction as a permanent strategy. The first is mercy. The second is a way of never arriving at the place where real life is happening. Let your jaw soften, let your shoulders drop. The psychologist who spent the most time examining this distinction was, in some ways, Carl Jung, not because Jung studied distraction directly, but because his concept of individuation, the lifelong process of becoming more fully oneself, requires the periodic willingness to turn toward what has been avoided. Jung thought that the shadow, the parts of the self that have been denied or repressed, did not disappear when denied. It went underground, and from underground it ran things. Dreams, compulsions, patterns that seemed to come from nowhere. The distraction could delay the encounter. It could not prevent the shadow's influence. But Jung was also careful not to recommend a frontal assault. The shadow is confronted gradually in the way you approach a frightened animal. Slowly, without urgency, allowing trust to build. Distraction, in this view, can be the beginning of a longer process rather than its avoidance. The person who spends a year working compulsively after a loss may, at the end of that year, be ready to feel the loss in a way they were not ready for before. The distraction was not wasted. It was preparation. Pascal would say, perhaps, but know it for what it is. Do not confuse the preparation with the arrival. There is a time for distraction as mercy, and there is a time when the mercy has done its work, and what remains is the willingness to be still. Tonight may be one of those times. The day is over, the work was done. Whatever the distraction was protecting you from during the hours of light, it is still there, but you have more resources to sit with it than you think. The body is resting, the mind is quieting. The thing that distraction was covering does not need to be solved tonight. It just needs to be acknowledged. It is there. You know it is there. That acknowledgement, quiet, gentle, without urgency, is itself a kind of courage. You can be with it for now. The timing of healing, when the distraction that protected you is no longer needed, when the thing being covered can finally be faced, is not on a schedule. It does not happen at the expected moment. It happens when it happens. And the practice, in the meantime, is patience. Patience with the process. Patience with the self that is still not ready. Pascal had this patience for others, though he was harder on himself. In the Pensees, there is a recurring quality of compassion for the ordinary human being who is doing the best they can with the material they have. He was writing about himself. He was also writing about you. Chapter 22, The Vanity of Applause. Pascal watched ambitious people the way a scientist watches a natural phenomenon, with genuine interest, without contempt. He was ambitious himself, at least when young. The mathematical prodigy, the inventor, the brilliant interlocutor of Paris salons. He knew what it felt like to want to be seen as intelligent, as significant, as someone whose ideas mattered. And he noticed from the inside how much of that wanting was organized around a need that could never be fully satisfied. Applause is an interesting phenomenon. It arrives in a burst. It is warm, affirming, genuinely pleasant, and then it stops. And the cessation of applause feels, to the person who needed it, almost like its opposite, not neutral, slightly cold. So more is required, a larger audience, a more impressive performance, a more notable achievement. The escalation is not a malfunction. It is the logic of a system that is trying to fill something with a finite resource that is not designed to fill it. Epictetus, who had been enslaved and who understood from the very bottom of the social order that external recognition was a thing that could be given and taken away entirely by others, made a point of not organizing his sense of self around it. He distinguished between what was up to us, our own judgments, choices, desires, aversions, and what was not up to us, our reputations, others' opinions, outcomes in the world. Reputation was firmly in the second category. This was not indifference to others. Epictetus was a teacher, and teachers care about being understood. It was independence. His interior life was not contingent on others' assessments of it. Notice your breath. Let your body be still. Pascal in the Pensees wrote about a curious human habit. We work very hard to create impressions in the minds of other people. We dress a certain way, speak a certain way, position ourselves in conversations. We are building a version of ourselves in someone else's imagination. And then We work equally hard to maintain the impression once built, to protect the reputation, to correct the wrong idea before it spreads. He thought this was exhausting. He thought it was also, in the final account, unsuccessful, because the impression you build in someone's mind is not you. It is their construction based on your performance, shaped by their own filters and histories and needs. It has your name, but it is not quite yours. And if your sense of being someone depends on the impressions others hold of you, if you feel real in proportion to how much applause is arriving, then you will spend your life managing a performance for an audience that you cannot fully control. Irving Goffman, the Canadian sociologist who studied social interaction with the precision of a natural scientist, described all of social life as a performance. Every encounter, a stage. Every person, an actor managing impressions. He was not being cynical, he thought this was simply accurate. The question Pascal would add is, and what is the self that goes home after the performance? What is there when the audience is gone and the stage is empty and the actor has removed the costume? The vanity of applause is that it feels like confirmation and functions like hunger. Confirmation suggests this is the answer. Hunger says more. What would it feel like to need the applause less? Not to become indifferent to being seen, that is its own problem, but to need it less. To have enough interior ground that the absence of recognition for an evening, for a day, for a period of quiet does not feel like erasure. Tonight, there is no audience, no one is watching, no performance is being assessed. The impression you are making right now, in this room, in this quiet, exists only in your own awareness. And you can give yourself tonight a different kind of recognition. Not applause, something simpler. The recognition that you are here, that you have made it through this day, and that is enough. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught his students to begin each day by reminding themselves what was in their power and what was not. The impression they would make on others, not in their power. Their own response to events, in their power. Their reputation, not in their power. Their integrity, in their power. This discipline, practiced daily, was intended to produce precisely the kind of independence from external recognition that Pascal was also reaching for. Not indifference to the world, but a center of gravity that does not shift when the applause stops. Chapter 23, Grief in the Human Condition. Elena, whom we met in an earlier chapter, sat beside her husband in a hospital room for 11 days. She was the competent one. She managed the information, spoke to the doctors, tracked the medications, kept the family updated. She occupied herself with the tasks of caring because the tasks were real and because the alternative was to simply be there, sitting beside him, with nothing to do but feel what was happening. On the 8th day, there was an afternoon with no doctors, no updates, no calls to make. Just the room and the man she had been married to for 22 years and the machines monitoring what remained. She sat, and something arrived that she had been managing around for 8 days. The grief. not its culmination. He was still alive. But the grief of what was changing, the grief of a future that was now different from the one she had been living toward. She did not try to solve it. There was nothing to solve. She just let it be there, in the chair beside his bed, in the particular light of a hospital afternoon. Pascal said that grief was one of the most honest of human experiences, because it was one of the least controllable. You could plan your schedule. You could manage your reputation. You could control your diet and your finances and your calendar. You could not control grief. It arrived according to its own logic. Albert Camus, in his essay Return to Tipasa, written after years of war and exile, described what it felt like to return to a place he had loved as a young man. He wrote, "In the midst of winter, I found there was within me an invincible summer." He was not claiming that grief had been solved. He was noting that something persisted beneath it, not happiness, something more basic, a warmth that was still there even in the coldest weather of loss. Pascal would have said something similar from a different angle. He thought grief was appropriate, proportionate to love. The creature capable of deep grief is the creature capable of deep attachment, which is to say, the creature capable of the fullest kind of aliveness. Let your body rest. Let whatever is here be here. Elena, on the 8th afternoon, did not feel better after sitting with the grief. She felt more real, less managed, more herself. The grief was not resolved. It remained and it grew, and in the following months it became the constant companion she had not chosen. But something changed in that afternoon of not managing it. She stopped fighting the weather. Pascal thought that the human condition was, at its center, a condition of grief, not as pathology, but as structure. We are creatures who love things that change and end, who form attachments that outlast the attached, who build futures that events rearrange. The grief is not the failure of love, it is its evidence. And the willingness to sit with grief, not permanently, not without support, but enough to let it be real, is a form of respect. Respect for what was lost, for what remains, for the full weight of the life that was. Tonight, if there is grief present, and there usually is, in some form, for most people lying in the dark, let it be there without apology. It is pointing at something that mattered. That mattering is real. Camus, writing from the wreckage of the Second World War, about a world that had lost its confidence in easy meaning, did not recommend that loss be denied or minimized. He recommended that it be held fully, without the anesthetic of false consolation. And he found in the holding an invincible summer, not because the grief resolved, because beneath the grief was the love that made the grief appropriate. And beneath the love was the life that made the love possible. The chain goes all the way down, and at the bottom of it is not an abyss, but a warmth. Chapter 24. The Infinite Inside Night. There is a particular quality to darkness that is different from the absence of light. Pascal, who thought carefully about the two infinities, the infinitely large and the infinitely small, notice that night has a relationship to both. The darkness removes the nearby world. The ceiling disappears. The walls recede. And what remains is the sense of being in something larger than the room. He wrote about what he called the eternal silence of infinite spaces. He wrote it with awe, and also with a kind of vertigo. The silence of infinite spaces frightens me, he said. He was not being dramatic. He was being accurate about the experience of lying in the dark, genuinely attending to the darkness, and feeling the size of what contains you. You are somewhere in the universe. The universe extends in all directions without an edge. In every direction from where you lie, there is more. This is not a distressing thought, necessarily. It can be, but it can also be something else. It can be a reminder of scale. The things that were large today, the difficult conversation, the uncompleted task, the thing that someone said that stayed with you, they are still real. But they are real in a very specific location, in a very small area, in a very particular moment of a very long time. Notice your breath. The body is here, on the earth, in the night. The astronomer Carl Sagan, writing in the 20th century, described the small blue dot of Earth as seen from the outer edges of the solar system. He wrote, "Look again at that dot. That is here. That is home. That is us." He was making a similar point to Pascal's in different language. That the human drama, all of it, every argument, every empire, every love story, every act of cruelty, and every act of kindness occurs on a small dot in a vast and patient universe. This could be humbling in a deflating way. Pascal never intended it to be. He thought the awareness of the infinite was one of the gifts available to a human being, not a comfort exactly, but a corrective, a way of releasing the grip of the immediate, of remembering that the specific urgencies of this particular day do not have cosmic weight. The meeting tomorrow, the message that needs to be sent, the worry that has been circling. In the infinite, they are as temporary as everything else. And temporary is not the same as unimportant. But it is not the same as eternal. The mind that has touched the sense of the infinite, even briefly, even imprecisely, is a mind that has loosened its grip on the temporary, not abandoned it, loosened. And loosening the grip, even slightly, makes it possible to rest. Let the darkness be large tonight. Let the room open in your imagination, outward, through the walls, through the night air, into the sky, into the vast unlit space beyond. You are a small point of warmth in the middle of it. The astrophysicist and author Carl Sagan, looking at the photograph of Earth from the edge of the solar system in 1990, wrote that everything that has ever happened in all of human history, every king and peasant, every act of courage and cowardice, every inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every supreme leader, every saint and sinner in the history of our species, lived out their lives on a mote of dust suspended in a sunbeam. Pascal would have read that sentence with recognition. The smallness is real, and in the smallness, something extraordinary. The awareness of the smallness itself. That smallness is not a diminishment. It is a fact, and the fact, held gently, is restful. The infinite inside night is not frightening when you are not fighting it. It is simply large. And you, inside it, are simply here. That is enough. The experience of lying in the dark and touching something vast is not unique to mystics. It is available in the ordinary night to ordinary people in ordinary rooms. You do not need a particular belief system or a particular practice. You need only the willingness to let the darkness be large, to stop shrinking it down to the size of your concerns, to let the room open in imagination into the sky and beyond, and to find that being very small in something very large is not frightening when the something very large is not hostile. It is simply large. And you are simply here. And here for now is exactly where you are supposed to be. Chapter 25, The Quiet Work of Humility. Humility is one of those words that has been used so frequently in certain circles that it has lost its precision. It is often understood as self-deprecation, the performance of smallness, saying, "I'm not that smart," when you believe otherwise, deflecting compliments, wearing the appearance of modesty. Pascal meant something different. He was precise about it. Humility, in his usage, was accurate self-knowledge, the willingness to see yourself as you actually are, not worse, not better, to hold the full picture, the genuine capacities alongside the genuine limitations, the real accomplishments alongside the real failures. This is harder than it sounds. The human tendency, as Pascal observed in himself and others, is toward what he called amour propre, self-love, in the sense of self-protective distortion. We see ourselves in the light that is most favorable. We weight our virtues and minimize our failings. We are, as he said, the most unreliable judges of our own cases. He was not condemning this. He was noting it. He thought it was universal. He thought it was himself. Simone Weil, the French philosopher who died in 1943 at 34, she had emigrated to England and refused to eat more than the rationed amounts allowed to those living under Nazi occupation, wrote about attention with great precision. She thought that genuine attention required a kind of emptying of the self, a suspension of one's own preferences, interpretations, and preformed conclusions, seeing what is actually there rather than what one hoped or feared to find. She called this the foundation of love. You cannot love what you have not actually seen, and you cannot see clearly while your own reflection is in the way. Humility, in Weil's sense, is the clearing of the reflection, the willingness to see. Let your breath be slow. Let the body rest. Pascal thought humility was available to everyone, but that it required specific conditions. Chief among them, the willingness to sit in the room without distraction, long enough to see yourself without flattery. Because in the room, in the genuine quiet, without the roles and the performances and the metrics of success, the picture is more accurate. You are not the title, not the salary, not the reputation. You are a person with fears and preferences and a history and a limited amount of time, sitting in a room trying to understand what it means to be alive. That picture is not humiliating. It is humanizing. And it is, in Pascal's view, the beginning of wisdom. Because you cannot make good decisions about a life you have distorted. You cannot choose well if your self-knowledge is organized to flatter rather than to see. The quiet work of humility is not public. It does not announce itself. It happens in the room, alone, in the small hours, when the performance is unnecessary and what remains is simply what is actually there. You are here, right now, in that space. Whatever you find in it, the tired parts, the uncertain parts, the parts you are proud of, and the parts you are not, that is the actual picture. It is enough to begin with. It is, in fact, everything to begin with. Pascal wrote in one of the fragments that we conceal ourselves from ourselves. We are expert at it. We have had a lifetime of practice. The self-concealment is not malicious. It is protective. There are things in the picture of ourselves that we have not been ready to look at, and the concealment keeps us functional until we are ready. But the readiness, Pascal thought, comes partly from the willingness to sit in the quiet room long enough for the concealment to become unnecessary. Not stripped away by force, gently made redundant, the way the dark becomes unnecessary once the light has been on for a while. Chapter 26. Letting go of certainty. Pascal's wager is usually described as an argument about God, and it is. But it is also, at a deeper level, an argument about how to live without certainty. The structure of the wager is familiar. If God exists and you believe, you gain everything. If God exists and you do not believe, you lose everything. If God does not exist, it costs you relatively little to have believed. Therefore, rationally, believe. The philosophical objections to this argument are well known. Pascal knew some of them himself. But what is often missed in the discussion of the argument's logic is the premise beneath it. That certainty in the deepest questions is not available. Pascal had arrived at this conclusion through reason itself. He was one of the greatest mathematical minds of his century, and he understood, precisely because of that rigor, where reason's writ ran and where it did not. The existence of God, the meaning of consciousness, whether anything persists after death, whether the universe has a moral character. These questions, he concluded, cannot be resolved by reason alone. The evidence underdetermines the conclusion. The data does not give a verdict. And yet you have to live. You have to choose how to orient yourself toward existence, toward others, toward your own death. You have to make that choice without certainty about the framework in which it happens. Notice your breath. Let your body be heavy. René Descartes, Pascal's contemporaries, had tried to build certainty from the ground up. From the cogito, I think, therefore I am, he attempted to construct a philosophical foundation that would be beyond doubt. Pascal respected the project. He thought it failed. Not because Descartes was not brilliant, but because the questions that matter most to a living human being are not the kinds of questions that yield to methodological doubt. You cannot reason your way to whether your life has been well spent. You cannot prove that love is worth the risk. You cannot demonstrate mathematically that the thing you are hoping for is worth hoping for. And yet you hope. And yet you love. And yet you orient yourself toward meaning as though it were real. Pascal thought this was correct, not despite the lack of certainty, but through it. The wager is a way of saying, uncertainty is the condition. What do you do with it? He thought the honest answer was not paralysis, not cynicism, not the performance of certainty you do not feel. The honest answer was, you live anyway. You choose as if the things you love are real, as if the choices matter, as if the time is worth spending carefully. Not because you can prove it, because the alternative, living as if nothing matters because you cannot prove that it does, is a different kind of wager with worse odds. Letting go of certainty is not letting go of conviction. It is letting go of the need for proof that will never arrive. You do not need to know everything to rest here. You do not need to have resolved the large questions to lie in this bed, in this night, and allow the body to be what it is. The uncertainty will be there tomorrow. Tonight, you can let it be uncertain and rest anyway. The philosopher of science Karl Popper, writing in the 20th century, made the observation that all knowledge is provisional. Every theory, however well confirmed, remains in principle revisable in light of new evidence. This is not a counsel of despair, it is a counsel of humility and of openness. The person who holds their beliefs as provisional is a person who can learn, who can change, who is not trapped inside a certainty that the world will eventually disprove. Pascal, though he lived before Popper, would have recognized the disposition. The Pensees are full of the epistemically humble, full of the man who knows he does not know and has decided to live generously inside the not knowing. Chapter 27, The Heart Before Reason. We return to the line we visited earlier because it holds more than it appeared to at first. The heart has its reasons which reason knows nothing of. Pascal wrote this in the context of faith. He was arguing that the choice to believe cannot be made by reason alone, that it requires a kind of felt recognition that precedes argument. But the observation extends well beyond theology. The heart, that faculty of felt knowledge, of unargued recognition, is in fact where most of the important decisions of a life are made. Not in the spreadsheet, in something more intimate. You did not fall in love through logic. You did not decide to care about the particular things you care about through a sequence of deductions. The things that move you, the things you find beautiful, the things you would protect at cost to yourself, these arrived before their justifications. The reasons came after to make sense of something the heart had already decided. This is not irrationality. It is a different order of knowing. Blaise Pascal lived this himself. He was a man of rigorous reason who had a mystical experience on the night of November 23, 1654. He was 31, that he later described as a 2-hour encounter with what he called fire. Not metaphorical fire, he was specific fire. He wrote a brief account of it in a document historians call the Memorial, which he sewed into his coat lining and wore until his death. He never argued about the experience. He never tried to prove it. It was not the kind of thing that could be proved. He simply knew. Feel the weight of your body against the surface beneath you. Let your mind slow. The philosopher who spent the most time examining the relationship between reason and other kinds of knowing was not Pascal, but Henri Bergson, who worked in France at the turn of the 20th century. He distinguished between the intellect, the analytical, spatial, comparative faculty, and intuition, the direct, lived, immediate apprehension of experience. He thought both were real. He thought Western philosophy had overweighted the first and neglected the second. The intellect, in Bergson's analysis, evolved to handle the manipulation of space and matter, to cut, measure, compare, and arrange. It is extraordinarily good at this. The work of science and technology and engineering and law flows from this faculty. But the interior life, the experience of duration, of change, of becoming, of genuine novelty, requires intuition. The intellect can describe the river from the bank. Intuition swims in it. Pascal would have agreed with the distinction, though he would have added that what intuition ultimately apprehends, when followed to its source, is not only the river, but the sea. Pascal would agree with the diagnosis, though his remedy was different. What the heart knows is not inferior knowledge. It is differently structured knowledge. The mother who knows something is wrong with her child before any evidence presents itself. The person who recognizes on meeting someone that this is a person who matters to them, before conversation, before shared history, before proof. The grief that arrives before the loss is completed. These are not errors in the rational process. They are a different process, running in parallel, often faster, often more accurate in certain domains than analysis is. Tonight, let the heart be present before the analytical mind, not instead of it, before it. Whatever you feel right now, about this day, about the people you love, about the things that are unresolved, let those feelings be what they are. You do not need to analyze them to exhaustion tonight. The heart has reasons. It has been patient with you. Let it speak, quietly, before you sleep. Pascal's observation about reason and heart was not a license for sentimentality. He was not saying, follow your feelings, ignore the evidence. He was making a more precise distinction. Reason is the appropriate tool for certain domains: logic, mathematics, the structured analysis of cause and effect. But the domain in which a person decides what to do with the one life they have, what to love, what to mourn, what to hope for, what to carry with dignity, and what to set down, that domain requires a different faculty. And the faculty is available. It has been speaking for years. It speaks in the quiet hours most clearly. Chapter 28. The Weight of Consciousness. Being conscious is expensive. This is not metaphorical. The brain, which is roughly 2% of the body's mass, consumes 20% of its energy. It runs constantly, while awake, while asleep, while you believe you are resting. It never fully stops. And the particular form of consciousness that human beings possess, self-reflective, temporally extended, aware of its own finitude, is more expensive still. It carries not only the immediate moment, but the accumulated past and the imagined future. It reviews and anticipates and compares and plans. Pascal described this as the burden of being a thinking reed, the lightest thing in the universe that thinks. And thinking, he meant fully, aware of its own smallness, aware of its own death, aware that it is aware. The weight of consciousness is real, and it is a large part of why the quiet hours are sometimes difficult. During the day, the consciousness is occupied. It has tasks that absorb it, problems that require its attention. It does not have time to feel its own weight. At night, the tasks recede, the weight remains. And the tired mind, trying to rest, sometimes encounters instead the full mass of what it is always carrying, the responsibility for a life, the awareness of choices made and unmade, the low background hum of being alive and uncertain. Let your body sink. Let the breath be easy. The weight is real, but it can be set down temporarily, not permanently. You will need it tomorrow. But for these hours, the consciousness does not have to be vigilant. Martin Heidegger, the German philosopher who wrote in the 20th century about the nature of being and time, used the term thrownness, Geworfenheit, to describe the condition of finding oneself already in a situation one did not choose. You did not choose to be born, to be human, to be conscious. You did not choose the century, the country, the family, the particular anxieties that your particular nervous system produces. You were thrown into the middle of it. This is not cause for despair. It is cause for a specific kind of self-compassion. Because the consciousness that is heavy tonight, the weight you feel in the quiet, the awareness of all of it, the reviewing and the anticipating, that consciousness did not choose to be here either. It arrived in the middle of a life already in progress. It has been doing its best with the situation it found. And Pascal, who was one of the most gifted consciousnesses of his century, and who also carried considerable pain, chronic illness, early losses, a fundamental restlessness he could not solve, understood this from the inside. He did not find a permanent solution to the weight of consciousness. He found moments of genuine relief in mathematical discovery, in the community at Port Royal, in the mystical experience of that November night. And he wrote in the fragments about a possible landing place, not certainty, not resolution, but a place where the weight could be set down without being discarded. We are approaching that place in this long night. The consciousness can rest even if it cannot stop. The weight can become background noise, like the refrigerator's hum, present but not demanding. Tonight, let the weight be there, but let it lie quiet. You are conscious, you are aware, you are here. That is enough for now. The neuroscientist Antonio Damasio, in his work on consciousness and emotion, has shown that the self is not a fixed thing located in a specific part of the brain. It is a process, continuously constructed, moment by moment, from the convergence of body state, memory, and the ongoing perception of what is happening. This means that the self is, in a technical sense, always somewhat temporary. Each night, in sleep, the construction pauses. Each morning, it resumes. The continuity is real. You are the same person who lay down last night. But the continuity is also a remarkable achievement, quietly maintained, and it can, for these hours, rest from the maintenance. Chapter 29, Stillness as Therapy. We have been moving through the harder territory. Now something shifts. Not dramatically, but shifts. Pascal in the Pensees was not writing a book of problems. He was writing toward something. The fragments are organized, however loosely, toward a discovery or a reminder of something that was always there but needed the clearing of the distractions to become visible. What he was moving toward was stillness. Not the stillness of absence, not the stillness that is merely the failure of noise, but the stillness that is its own presence, the stillness that is full rather than empty. Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese teacher who survived exile and war and continued to practice presence throughout it all, wrote that peace is not the absence of trouble. It is what remains when trouble is not being resisted. Resistance takes energy. The resistance to what is, the resistance to the quiet, the resistance to what surfaces in stillness, all of this is work. The body knows it as tightness. The jaw holds. The shoulders rise. The breath stays high. The philosopher Alain de Botton, writing about the school of life that ordinary existence provides, noted that most of us carry wisdom we have not yet acknowledged. Knowledge earned through difficulty and loss, and the slow accumulation of experience that has taught us, somewhere below the conscious level, what actually matters. The stillness gives that knowledge access to the surface, not by forcing it up, by removing the noise that was drowning it out. When the resistance softens, not because you forced it, but because something in you recognized that the fight was not necessary, what remains has a different quality. Feel your breath now. Let it find its own depth. Stillness in this sense is not an achievement. It is an arrival. The destination that has been there the whole time, waiting for the running to stop. The therapist in the 20th century who articulated this most clearly was not a philosopher, but a practitioner. Carl Rogers, the American psychologist who developed client-centered therapy, believed that the healing quality in the therapeutic relationship was not the technique or the interpretation. It was the quality of presence. The therapist who is genuinely still, genuinely attentive, genuinely without agenda, that presence allows the client to stop performing and begin to be. The therapeutic effect of genuine stillness is contact with the real, not the managed version, not the version that is being presented to an audience, the actual. Pascal was, in his own way, describing a self-therapeutic practice. Sit in the room, stop running, face the quiet, not as punishment, as encounter. The encounter with the real self in the genuine quiet is not always comfortable. We have visited the discomfort throughout this evening, but Pascal thought the encounter was also, after the discomfort had passed, nourishing. That there was something in honest self-encounter that could not be replicated by any external source of comfort. Because external comfort is temporary. You can receive it. It warms you. And then it passes, and you are again dependent on the next source. Interior stillness, when found, has a different quality. It does not depend on conditions. It is not waiting for the circumstances to cooperate. It is available, at least briefly, in any room at any hour, including this room, including this hour. Let your body tell you what it knows about stillness. The shoulders can let go. The chest can open slightly. The breath can reach a little lower. Stillness is not far. It is the same distance as the next breath. Pascal, who was a man of argument and demonstration, found that the path to stillness was not through more argument. The arguments were necessary. They cleared certain obstacles, corrected certain confusions, showed certain dead ends for what they were. But the stillness itself was not produced by them. It arrived, if it arrived, when the arguing stopped. This is not a paradox, but a sequence. You argue your way to the edge of what argument can do, and then you step off the edge into something else. The Pensees is a record of the arguing. The stillness is what the arguing was in service of. Chapter 30. The sleep of surrender. There is a particular moment in the approach to sleep that most people know but rarely name. The moment when the effort to fall asleep is released. You have been lying there, body horizontal, mind still moving, thoughts reviewing the day, planning the next one, rehearsing conversations, anticipating. And then, at some point, the effort itself is put down. Not by willpower, willpower is itself effort, by something else, by tiredness, or by the cessation of resistance. The mind stops trying to manage the falling asleep, and often, almost immediately, sleep arrives. Pascal would recognize this. He thought the primary obstacle to peace was not ignorance or circumstance. It was effort applied in the wrong direction. The effort to control what cannot be controlled. The effort to solve what cannot be solved by effort. The effort to manage from the inside. An experience that requires something other than management. What he called the surrender of the self, the release of the self-management project, at least temporarily, was, he thought, the precondition for something real. Let your body be completely heavy. Let your hands be open. The philosopher Simone Weil, who we met briefly earlier, wrote about what she called decreation, a word she used carefully. She meant the willingness to stop insisting on the self's primacy, to stop maintaining, defending, constructing, to allow the self to be less central for a moment. This is not self-destruction. It is not despair. It is more like exhaling. The sleep of surrender is the exhale the body has been waiting for. Not surrender to anyone else. Not surrender of what matters. Surrender of the grip. The mental grip on the day, on the problems, on the identity maintenance project. You are more than your grip on things. You exist independently of what you are holding. And tonight, just for tonight, you can let it go. The problems will be there in the morning. The responsibilities will still be there. The relationships will not have dissolved. The job will not have vanished. Everything you have been holding will still be available to be picked up. The holding will resume. That is not a threat. It is simply what it means to be a person with a life. A life with real responsibilities and real relationships that require real attention. The difference after a night of genuine rest is that the resumption is done with a slightly different quality. The hands that pick the load up in the morning are the hands of a person who spent the night without the load. They remember the lightness. They are better for it. But right now, you can put it down. Augustine, in his Confessions, described the experience of finally arriving at rest after years of restless searching as, "Thou madest us for thyself, and our heart is restless until it repose in thee." The repose. The resting in something larger than the self's project. Pascal sought this his whole life. He found it, he wrote, on that November night in 1654. Not permanently, not as a state he inhabited continuously, but as a quality he had touched and could, in his better moments, return to. Tonight does not need to be a mystical experience. It just needs to be an exhale. Release the day. Release the holding. The sleep that comes from genuine release is different from the sleep that comes from exhaustion alone. It is the sleep that restores something the exhaustion alone cannot reach. That sleep is available to you. Let it come. The practice that comes closest to what Pascal was describing, the release of control, not as defeat but as wisdom, is found in various forms across contemplative traditions. The Taoist concept of Wu Wei, effortless action, action that does not force but flows. The Christian concept of grace, the thing that cannot be earned but only received. The Stoic distinction between what is up to you and what is not, and the corresponding discipline of releasing what is not. All of these traditions arrived, through different routes, at the same structural insight, that there is a quality of release that is not defeat, that letting go of the uncontrollable is not passivity. It is the most efficient response to the actual situation. Chapter 31, The Self Without Amusement. A Sunday afternoon. No obligations. You have found this scenario before at various times in your life. The day with nothing in it. The hours that belong entirely to you. Some people encounter this with relief. They have been waiting for exactly this opening. And then, within an hour or two, a familiar restlessness. Not quite boredom, something more specific. A sense of not knowing who you are when no one is asking anything of you. When there is no function to fill, no role to step into, no task to complete. Pascal called this the self without amusement. He meant it Precisely. The self that has been stripped of its entertainment, its occupation, its external structure, the raw self, the one that was there before the job and the relationships and the reputation and the schedule. Who are you in that hour? This is a question most people avoid. Not because they are afraid of the answer. Most people do not imagine the answer is bad, but because the question itself is uncomfortable. It implies that the answer might be simpler than expected, quieter, less impressive than the constructed version. Feel the body resting, let the breath be easy. Henri Bergson, whom we met briefly when discussing intuition, wrote that the modern tendency towards speed was, in part, a way of avoiding the encounter with duration, with the slow, thick, genuine passage of time. Speed creates the impression of substance. Busyness feels real. The productive hour feels like evidence of existence. The quiet Sunday afternoon, with nothing to produce, challenges the equation. You exist in that afternoon even when nothing is being produced. The existence does not depend on the output. Pascal thought the quiet Sunday afternoon, the self without amusement, was one of the most valuable experiences available to a human being. Not because it was pleasant, because it was honest. The self without amusement is the self that cannot be flattered by its own performance, because there is no performance. It is the self that must find its own reason to be present. And often, in that self, something is found that was there all along. Not an identity, not an answer, something quieter, a quality of simply being here that is independent of accomplishment, a warmth in the chest that is not earned but is present. You may have felt this briefly in an unexpected moment. A morning when nothing was required and the sunlight was particular. A walk with no destination that turned into something else. A conversation that went to a place neither person had planned. In those moments, the self without amusement becomes the self without pretense. And the self without pretense is usually more interesting than the constructed version. More complex, more tender, more genuinely alive. Tonight, in this room, with nothing being asked of you, you are the self without amusement. Let that self be enough. It is, in fact, everything. Chapter 32. Mental clarity in the dark. Night has a particular quality of clarity that the day does not. Not the clarity of analysis, the day is better for that, but the clarity of proportion, the sense lying in the dark of what actually matters and what was simply urgent. Pascal understood this distinction. He saw it in the men of his time, the things they spent their energy on, the battles they fought in the salons and the courts, the negotiations that consumed them, and then the private hours when something simpler and more honest surfaced. The private hours were not more intelligent than the working hours, but they had less interference. The ordinary day runs with a high level of cognitive noise. The inputs are constant, other people's needs, the visual world, the ambient sounds of inhabited spaces, the small decisions that pile up into a significant cognitive load. the mind is occupied. When the day stops, the noise reduces, and in the reduced noise, the mind can hear itself more clearly. The thinker who examined this phenomenon most carefully was probably William James at Harvard, whose work on the stream of consciousness was the first rigorous attempt to describe what thinking actually feels like from the inside. He noted that the consciousness had different qualities at different times: more focused, more diffuse, more receptive, more constructive. The night quality is diffuse and receptive. It is not the time to write the report or plan the meeting. It is the time to notice what the report and the meeting were actually about, the feelings underneath the tasks. Let your breath be easy. The mind can wander gently tonight. Pascal, in the late hours of his writing, produced some of his most transparent fragments, the ones that feel least like argument and most like a man simply being honest about what he was experiencing. In those fragments, you find him acknowledging things he might not have put in a formal essay: the exhaustion, the doubt, the sense of reaching for something that would not quite be caught, the love that persisted despite the uncertainty. Mental clarity in the dark is not the clarity of conclusions. It is the clarity of experience, the experience of being alive at this hour, in this body, in this particular arrangement of what has happened to you and what has not. It is not always comfortable clarity. Some nights the clarity shows you things you would rather not see. The relationship that is more complicated than you've been allowing. The thing you've been doing that you know you should stop. The thing you've been avoiding that should be said. But that clarity is honest, and honesty, even when uncomfortable, is a form of care for yourself. The morning will bring its noise again, the day will crowd in, but right now, in the dark, with the noise reduced, what is actually clear? Not the problems, not the tasks. What is actually clear, in the simple sense, is this: you are here. The night is here. The breath is here. The body is doing its ancient work. Everything else is temporary. That clarity is worth having. Pascal thought that one of the functions of the night, of genuine stillness, of the mind that has finally stopped managing itself for a few hours, was the recovery of perspective. Not the perspective of detachment, which is a kind of numbness, the perspective of proportion, of knowing from the inside what actually matters to you, as opposed to what the day said should matter. These are often different things. The night has a way of revealing the difference, and the revelation, even when it is uncomfortable, is a service. It is the mind becoming, briefly, more honest than the daylight hours usually allow. Chapter 33. The Arche for God. Now we can name what Pascal was carrying. We said in an early chapter that there was something he had never quite named directly, something that shaped everything in the Pensees, that gave the restlessness its particular texture, that made his observations about diversion feel urgent rather than merely clever. It was this: an ache. Not the vague dissatisfaction of a man who wanted more, a specific ache. The ache for God. Pascal was not unique in this. Augustine had described it in the 4th century, the heart that is restless until it rests in God. The mystics of the medieval period had described it in dozens of different languages. John of the Cross called it the dark night of the soul, the experience of the soul that is being moved towards something it cannot see in the absence of any felt consolation. But Pascal described it with a precision that is his own. He used the image of a God who hides. Deus absconditus, the hidden God. Not absent, not non-existent, hidden. Available to be found, but not through the normal instruments. Not through reason, not through argument, not through performance. Available, he thought, through the very thing that the distractions were preventing. Stillness, honesty, the willingness to sit in the room with what is actually there. The ache for God, in Pascal's understanding, was not a symptom of weakness. It was the soul recognizing its own situation, the situation of a creature made for something that the world cannot provide. Let your breath be slow. Let the body rest. Now, you may not share Pascal's theology. That is fine. The ache he was describing is recognizable without the theology. There is an ache, call it what you will, that most adults recognize in the quiet hours. Not hunger, not loneliness, not boredom, something else. A reaching without an object. A longing that does not attach cleanly to anything available. The mystic poet Rainer Maria Rilke, writing to a young poet from Paris in 1903, described something similar in secular terms. The sense of a question that is also an answer. A longing that is also a form of arrival. He said, "Live the questions." Pascal's ache was more specific. He was pointing toward a theological center. But the ache itself, the restlessness that is not satisfied by finite things, that keeps searching for something of a different order, that is a human experience, not only a religious one. It may be the most honest thing in you tonight. The thing that is not satisfied by the accumulation, that remains after the achievement, that sits in the quiet and still reaches, that is not loneliness and not grief and not boredom, but something older than all three. Pascal did not promise that the ache would be resolved in this life. He was too honest for that. But he thought that acknowledging it, sitting with it honestly, not covering it with distraction, was itself a form of faithfulness to what was most essentially human. The ache is not a failure. It is a signal. Let it be here tonight, without demanding that it be resolved. It has been patient with you. You can be patient with it. The Jewish philosophical tradition, particularly in the Psalms, has a recurring image of God as both present and hidden, near and far simultaneously, available and inscrutable. Pascal was drawing on this tradition when he wrote about the Deus absconditus, not the absent God, but the hiding God. The distinction matters. The absent God has left. The hiding God is still there, but requires something from the seeker. Not cleverness, not argument, not achievement. Something quieter. The willingness to wait, to be in the silence without demanding that the silence produce its meaning on schedule. Chapter 34, Rest Beyond Control. The hardest thing to release for the mind that has been managing things is control. Not because control is pleasant to maintain, it is exhausting, but because the alternative feels dangerous. If you release the grip, even temporarily, what happens? The answer usually is nothing. Nothing dramatic happens. The world continues, the sleeping body breathes. The mind, released from its vigilance, begins to drift. And drifting feels to the controlling mind like falling. Pascal observed that one of the deepest impulses driving diversion was the desire for mastery. Not mastery over other people, though that existed too. Mastery over experience. The sense of being the author of one's own situation. The agent who decides what happens next. Diversion provides this. In a game of chance, there is something to attend to, something to respond to. In a busy schedule, there is a sequence you have constructed and are executing. In a conversation, there is your contribution, which you can manage. The quiet room removes mastery. Nothing is happening that you arranged. The silence does not respond to your decisions. And the mind that has organized itself around mastery will experience this as uncomfortable, as a loss. Let your breath settle. Feel the weight of the body. Epictetus, the philosopher who had been enslaved, who understood better than almost anyone the experience of having control taken away, arrived at the insight that the need for control was itself the source of suffering, not the lack of control. The need, you will lose control of circumstances, of outcomes, of what other people do, of your own body over time. The losses are not negotiable. The question is whether your sense of security depends on the control. If it does, every loss will be experienced as catastrophic, because every loss will challenge the foundation. If it does not, if the foundation is something other than control, then the losses are real but not foundational. They are the weather, not the ground. Pascal's proposed foundation was not autonomy or mastery or the management of outcomes. It was something he thought was more stable than any of these: the acceptance of one's actual position, the creature that it is, finite, uncertain, temporarily here, held by something it did not arrange. Rest, in this sense, is not something you achieve. It is something you stop preventing. The control is not serving you tonight. The vigilance is not making you safer. The review of the day is not improving the day. You can put it down. Let the body be held by the surface beneath it. Let the breath be held by the lungs without your supervision. Let the night be what it is without your management. You are not in charge of the next hour. You do not need to be. Rest is available precisely here, precisely now, in the absence of the need to manage. Let it come. Chapter 35, The Peace of Smallness. We return, at last, to the first open loop. We said in an early chapter that Pascal was pointing toward two kinds of stillness. The first was the stillness we are afraid of, the empty room, the quiet that surfaces what we have been covering. The second is this, the peace of smallness. It is not what it sounds like. It is not resignation or defeat. It is not the consolation of someone who expected more and had to settle. It is something more unusual, the experience of being a small thing in a very large world, and finding that the smallness is not threatening, finding that it is, in its way, a relief. Pascal, who stood between two infinities, who felt the pressure of the cosmic scale on both sides, also knew this. He knew moments of genuine ease within the smallness. Moments when the finite position, the specific body, the particular century, the small life in the enormous universe felt not like an imprisonment, but like a gift, because small things are held. The large thing holds itself. The infinite holds nothing. It is everything. But the small thing is held by what surrounds it. A child in a bed is small, and the smallness is comfortable. The bed is large enough. The room is enough. The night is enough. Being small in the right context is not diminishment. It is the experience of being exactly the right size for the space you are in. Let your body be small tonight. Let the room be large. Simone Weil, writing about the experience of work, she had spent time working in factories, which she did deliberately. To understand the experience of physical labor, described moments of genuine peace that came not from achievement or recognition, but from the simple absorption in a task that was real, the focus without self, the work without the performer. She connected this to what she called decreation, the lightening of the self's weight. The peace of smallness is a form of decreation. The self becomes lighter when it stops insisting on its own largeness, when it allows itself to be exactly what it is, one life, one body, one night, one breath. Pascal, dying at 39, did not have a large life in the worldly sense. He did not govern an empire or accumulate a fortune. He wrote notes that he never organized into a book. He had a mystical experience that he sewed into his coat and showed no one. And yet the Pensees, those unfinished notes, have been read, studied, argued with, and returned to for more than 350 years. Not because Pascal was large, because he was honest about being small. The peace of smallness is the peace of honesty, of knowing what you are and not apologizing for it, of lying in a room that is exactly the right size, in a body that is doing its patient work, in a life that is exactly the life it is. That is the second kind of stillness. It is here. It has always been here. You do not need to be different to find it. The Japanese aesthetic concept of wabi-sabi finds beauty specifically in the small, the imperfect, the impermanent. The tea bowl that has been cracked and repaired with gold, the kintsugi we visited briefly in another context, is more beautiful for its repair, not despite it. The moss on a stone wall, the weathered wood of an old door. The beauty is not in spite of the smallness and the age and the wear, it is in them. Pascal's peace of smallness is related to this. Not the beauty of the grand gesture or the perfect achievement. The beauty of the thing that simply is what it is, in its actual condition, without apology or revision. Chapter 36, The Night Without Diversion. There are nights that are qualitatively different. Not every night is. Most nights the phone goes face down and the body goes horizontal, and the mind spends 40 minutes doing its reviewing and planning and gradually winding down, and sleep comes as exhaustion's conclusion. But there are other nights when something is different, when the transition from waking to sleeping has a quality of arrival rather than mere cessation. The body lands rather than collapses. Pascal spent much of the Pensees describing the night that is full of diversion in every form. The mind that will not stop, the self that cannot face the quiet, the creature that keeps finding ways to avoid what is underneath. He was describing most nights. He was honest enough to say, these are most nights for most people. But he was also, in the last sections of the Pensees, moving toward a description of what else was possible. The night without diversion, not because there is nothing to divert, but because the diversion is no longer needed. Not the night of exhaustion, the night of arrival. Let your body rest. Let the breath be what it is. The night without diversion is the night when the mind has been willing to go where it was afraid to go and has found the going survivable. When the restlessness has been honored rather than covered. When the ache has been acknowledged and the smallness accepted and the weight of consciousness allowed to rest. It is the night when the quiet is not threatening because you have sat with it long enough to know what it contains. Not absence, presence. A different kind of presence than the presence of the busy day. Quieter, slower, older. The philosopher who described this most precisely was not a European intellectual, but a Vietnamese monk who had spent decades in exile, separated from the country he loved by a war he opposed. Thich Nhat Hanh wrote that the present moment is the only moment available to us, and that the ability to be in it, truly in it, without fleeing to past or future, is not a spiritual achievement, but a return to something natural. We are here before we are anywhere else. The present is not an accomplishment, it is the ground. The night without diversion is the night when the present moment is enough. When this particular arrangement of dark and breath and body and silence is not a waiting room for something else. It is the thing itself. You have been here, in this room, for this hour. The diversion has been gently set aside. Not permanently. Tomorrow, the world will arrive with its full complement of things to manage and respond to. But tonight, for these hours, the night is its own thing. Let it be its own thing. The quiet is real. The body is real. The breath is real. You are real in this moment, in this particular darkness. Nothing else is required. Dostoevsky, whom Pascal did not know but whom Pascal would have recognized, described a moment in the novel The Idiot, where the protagonist, Prince Mishkin, who suffers from epilepsy, speaks about the seconds before a seizure, a moment of extraordinary clarity and completeness that he knows will be followed by collapse. He says that in those few seconds he would not exchange for all of life. The present moment, touched fully, has a completeness that no amount of duration can provide. Pascal's night without diversion is not about achieving intensity, but it is about the kind of fullness that is available in any ordinary present moment when the rushing past it has finally stopped. Chapter 37, the room becomes gentle. We can return now to where we began. The room. Pascal's room, the one he described in the Pensees, the one that frightens the king, the one that the busy people flee, the one that sits at the center of his entire project, that room. We have been in it tonight for a long time. Long enough for it to have changed. Not the room itself. The room is the same. The same four walls, the same surface beneath you, the same particular quality of night air. But you are different. Or more precisely, your relationship to the room is different. Earlier tonight, if we are honest, the room had a quality of pressure. The quiet pressed. The stillness asked things. The absence of distraction surfaced what had been under the distractions. And we have been there. We have stayed with what surfaced. The anxiety, the loneliness, the ache, the smallness, the weight of consciousness, the grief that was present, the self that was tired. We did not flee. And having stayed, something changes. The room becomes gentle. Not because anything was resolved. The problems are not smaller this morning than they were last evening. The uncertainties are still present. The things that needed attention still need attention. But the room is no longer an enemy. The quiet is no longer a threat. The stillness is not asking anything more difficult than stay. And you have stayed. Let your breath be slow. The room is safe. Pascal, in the later fragments of the Pensees, wrote with a different quality than the earlier ones. The earlier fragments have urgency, argument, the pressure of a man who is trying to make a case. The later ones are quieter, less argumentative, more like someone who has sat with his own question for long enough to find the question itself restful. He did not reach an intellectual conclusion. He reached a kind of companionship with the unresolved. The room that had been a threat became, in those later pages, the place where he most wanted to be. This is not a paradox. It is a process. The room that frightens becomes, with sufficient acquaintance, the room that holds. You know this from other experiences. The new city that was disorienting for the first week and then, somehow, became home. The new relationship that required effort at first and then, gradually, became the easiest thing. The practice that felt difficult before it became second nature. The room follows the same logic. Stay in it long enough, honestly enough, without the constant reach for escape, and it gentles. Tonight, the room has had your company for several hours. It has asked things of you, and you have stayed. It has been quiet around you, and you have allowed the quiet. The room, in some non-literal way, knows you now, and it is gentle toward you. Rest here. The room is safe. The quiet is safe. The night is long enough. You are in exactly the right place. Pascal never published the Pensees. It was never in his lifetime a book that anyone read. It was notes, fragments, the ongoing conversation of a man with himself and with the questions that would not release him. And yet the quality of staying, of returning to the room, of writing another fragment, of going one more time into the difficult interior and reporting back from it that quality survives in every line. The Pensees is, among other things, the record of a man who kept showing up, who kept refusing the distraction long enough to write one more honest thing. That record has been read for 3.5 centuries. The room he kept returning to has been keeping readers company ever since. There is something in the Pensees that is hard to name but easy to feel. The quality of a voice that is genuinely present, not performing depth, genuinely in it. The fragments feel like overhearing someone think, not the polished thoughts they would present to an audience, but the actual, unguarded ones. Pascal, in the room, talking to himself and to God and to the reader he imagined might someday find the fragments, was keeping company. And 3.5 centuries later, the company is still being kept. Chapter 38. Attention without escape. There is a difference between looking at something and attending to it. Looking is the eye moving across a surface, registering what is there and moving on. Attending is something else, a settling in, a willingness to stay with what is there until it reveals more than the first glance showed. Simone Weil, who thought more carefully about attention than almost anyone in the 20th century, said that attention was the rarest and purest form of generosity. Not because it was difficult, though it could be, but because it required the most complete suspension of the self's agenda. When you attend to something, you stop projecting. You stop looking for what you expect to find. You look for what is actually there. Most of the time, we look for what we expect. We see our bedroom and we see what we know, the familiar shapes, the objects in their known places. We do not actually see them. We recognize them, which is faster and requires less attention. Genuine attention would notice that the lamp casts a slightly different shadow tonight because the shade was moved, that the quality of the air has changed, that there is a sound outside that has a rhythm you have not heard before. Attention discovers, recognition confirms. Pascal, in his investigation of the human condition, was practicing a form of attention. He was looking at the men and women of his time and at himself, and refusing the comfort of recognition, refusing to confirm what he expected to find, looking until what was actually there became visible. What was actually there was the restlessness, the flight from the room, the diversion deployed as survival, the ache beneath the accomplishment, the smallness inside the performance. He looked at all of it without flinching away. Let your body be still. Let your attention rest. Tonight, in this room, you can practice the same thing. Not on the philosophers and kings Pascal was examining, on the simpler materials of this particular hour. The quality of the darkness, the temperature of the air on your face, the way the body feels against the surface it rests on, the quality of the breath, whether it is high or low, whether it moves easily or with some effort. Just what is actually here, not what you need it to be, not what you fear it might be. What is actually here. Attending to the actual is its own form of rest, because the actual is not demanding anything from you. It is simply what is there. And what is there tonight in this room is mostly enough. Enough warmth, enough quiet, enough time, enough of whatever is required for the body to rest. Attention without escape is the willingness to find this sufficient. Not because you have convinced yourself it is more than it is, because you have actually looked and found that it is enough. Let your attention rest here, in this enough. Nothing needs to be added. Nothing needs to change. Simone Weil wrote that attention is waiting, not passive waiting, the active quality of a person who is fully present and receptive, neither pushing nor pulling, neither projecting nor withdrawing. She thought this quality was the closest a human being could come to the divine quality of attention, the attention that sees a thing as it actually is, without the distortion of need or fear or desire. You cannot achieve that quality by effort. You can only clear the way for it by setting down the effort, which is what tonight has been doing, slowly, for several hours. Just here. Chapter 39. The soul learns quiet, not by force. This is the important thing. The quiet is not commanded into being. You cannot decide to be still the way you decide to stand up. Stillness is not a muscular achievement. It is more like thawing. Pascal understood this. He was too honest about human nature to recommend willpower as the primary tool. He had watched people try to manage their inner life through sheer effort, to think correctly, to feel appropriately, to discipline the mind into peace. He had seen this fail. He had watched it fail in himself. What actually worked, he thought, was something more like receptivity, the willingness to receive what was available rather than construct what should be there. The soul does not learn quiet the way a student learns a language. Through repetition and memorization and effort sustained over time. It learns the way a field learns spring, by allowing what the season brings without resistance. The image is botanical, and Pascal would have used a more theological one, but the structure is the same. The receptive quality, the willingness to allow rather than construct, is what makes the learning possible. Let your body be heavy. Let the breath arrive without help. This does not mean passivity. Attention, as we have just said, is active. Receptivity is active. But they are a different kind of activity from management and control and effort. They are the activity of allowing rather than producing. Henri Bergson, whom we have visited before, made a distinction between the time of the clock, measured, quantified, uniform, and the time of experience, thick, slow, genuine, lived from the inside. He called the second duration. And he thought that the ability to inhabit duration, to actually be inside one's own experience rather than managing it from a remove, was both rare and valuable. The soul that is learning quiet is learning to inhabit duration. Not the next moment, this moment, not the plan for sleep, the actual texture of the present as it moves. Which is, what? Right now? A warmth in the body, a slight heaviness, the breath moving slower than it was an hour ago. The mind still present, but softer at the edges. The particular quality of a room at this hour, when the night is late and the world outside has mostly stilled. The soul is learning this. Not because you are teaching it exactly, because you have stayed long enough for it to learn by itself, because you have not interrupted the learning with urgency or impatience or the next distraction. This is what Pascal was moving toward in the final fragments of the Pensees. Not an argument for stillness, an arrival at it. The arguments were the scaffolding. The arrival is the building. You are inside the building now. The scaffolding was necessary, but this is what was being constructed. This room, this body, this quiet, let the soul rest in it. The quiet that the soul is learning tonight has a different texture from the quiet that was threatening at the beginning. Earlier, the quiet was the absence of distraction, and in that absence, what was there felt exposing. Now, several hours in, the quiet has become something else, a presence in its own right. The way a room, entered cautiously, gradually becomes familiar and then becomes the most comfortable room in the house. The soul learns quiet the way the body learns a new bed, by staying in it long enough for the strangeness to become familiarity, and the familiarity to become rest. Chapter 40. The End of Restlessness. We should be precise. The restlessness does not end. Not permanently. Not for most people. Pascal's restlessness did not end. Augustine's did not end. Not in any final sense. The heart that has reasons keeps having them. The mind that can conceive of infinity keeps reaching. What changes is the relationship. The restlessness that is resisted is an enemy. It must be managed, suppressed, distracted from, out-argued. Energy goes toward it. The relationship is one of constant small warfare. The restlessness that is accepted is something different. It is still there, but it is not the enemy. It is the evidence of the search. It is the soul's signature, the mark of a creature that has not yet finished being what it is, that has not exhausted the possible. Pascal thought the restlessness was, in its deepest nature, a sign, not of failure, of design. The creatures that do not reach cannot be disappointed. The stone does not yearn, the oak does not long. Only the conscious creature, the thinking reed, carries this particular ache, the ache of finitude aware of infinity, of the mortal who has touched the edge of something that does not die. The restlessness is the signature of consciousness, and tonight it has been honored, not suppressed, not medicated, not drowned in noise. Honored. Let your breath be what it is. The body knows how to rest. Marcus Aurelius who was perhaps the busiest man alive in the 2nd century, responsible for the governance of an empire, the prosecution of wars, the management of plagues, wrote in his private journal, something that has the quality of a man who has made a kind of peace with his own restlessness. He wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." He was not claiming the restlessness was gone. He was claiming a different relationship to it. The power was not in the stopping of the restless mind. It was in the recognition that the mind's movement was not the same as his movement. He could watch the restlessness. He did not have to be the restlessness. This is the distinction that, across different traditions, different centuries, different languages, keeps emerging. The watcher and the thing watched. The self and the thoughts of the self. The person lying in the room and the restlessness that moves through the room. You are not the restlessness. You are the one in whom the restlessness is moving. And that one, the one who watches, who is aware, who has been here all night, attending to what has been here, that one is not restless in the same way. That one is quiet. That one has been quietly here this whole time. The restlessness is the guest. You are the room, and the room has been here and has been still all along. Chapter 41. A Tender View of Weakness. Pascal was not kind to himself in the Pensees. He saw human weakness clearly, the self-flattery, the avoidance, the diversion, the gap between what we claim to be and what we are in the honest moments. He catalogued these things with precision. But there is, in the later fragments, a different quality. Less the cataloguing, more the holding. Less the diagnosis, more the companionship. He arrived toward the end of his short life at something that might be called a tender view of weakness, not tolerance of weakness as negligence, but the understanding that weakness is part of the condition, not a failure of the individual, but the given of being human, and that the person who sees their own weakness clearly and honestly and without contempt has already done something significant. The contempt would be easier, to see the running and the diversion and the performance and say, this is failure. To see the restlessness and say, this is wrong. But Pascal, who ran himself, who diverted himself, who performed and sought applause and struggled with the room, Pascal said, this is human, this is the condition. And the human who understands the condition has more compassion available for themselves and for everyone they encounter. Let your breath be slow. Let your hands be open. The theologian Henri Nouwen, writing in the 20th century from a very different tradition than Pascal, described what he called the wounded healer. The idea that the person who has lived through their own difficulty, honestly, without denial, with the full acknowledgement of what it costs to be human, is better equipped to sit with others in their difficulty, not because their wound is resolved, but because it is known. Pascal's tenderness toward weakness was partly this. He had lived through enough of his own to know that weakness was not an aberration. It was the ground from which everything else grew. Tonight, if there are things in you that are weak, the places where you have not been what you hoped to be, the places where the running won and you could not stay in the room, hold those with tenderness. Not approval, not excuse, tenderness. Pascal carried his own catalogue of weaknesses without sentimentality and without contempt. He knew his ambition. He knew his pride, the pride of a man who had been the most intelligent person in almost every room he entered since he was a child, and who had organized significant parts of his life around that intelligence. He knew the appetite for recognition, and he had looked at all of it with the clear eye of the mathematician examining an axiom, and said, "This is what is there, not what should be there, what is." And having seen it clearly, he did not condemn it. He wrote about it. He stayed with it. He did not run. The human being who has fled the quiet room 100 times and is lying here tonight attempting to stay, that human being is doing something real. The attempt matters. The return matters. Pascal returned. He ran and diverted and fled and then returned. The Pensees exist because he returned. The fragments are full of the return. The first-person voice that keeps admitting what it finds when it looks honestly. The man who knew his own restlessness from the inside and kept describing it anyway. That is the tender view of weakness, not the pretense that it does not exist, but the willingness to stay with it, describe it, and remain in the room with it. You have been in the room tonight, with whatever you brought into it. That is not small. That is everything. The room Pascal described, the one that cannot be stayed in, the one the king leaves, the one the busy people flee. That room has been your room tonight. You have been in it. And what you have found is not what the fleeing people imagine is in there. Not the abyss, not the confrontation with unlivable truths. The room contains mainly the ordinary quality of your own existence, the breath, the body, the mind with its contents, the particular life that is yours and no one else's. That is not terrifying. It is, in fact, all that was ever here. The fleeing was the mistake. The room was always safe. Chapter 42, Silence as Mercy. We have been talking about silence as a challenge, as a test, as the place where what is avoided surfaces. But silence is also, finally, mercy. The mercy of not being asked anything more. The day asks, the relationships ask, the work asks, the schedule asks, the phone, the inbox, the unanswered messages, all of them asking. And you, who are one person with one body and a finite amount of available attention, do your best to answer. The silence asks nothing. This is its mercy. Pascal, who spent so much of his intellectual life arguing about mathematics, about physics, about theology, about the nature of grace and the probability of God, also knew the mercy of silence. The monasteries where he retreated in the last years of his life were not primarily about rigorous argument. They were about something older, something that argument could not reach. the silence of a chapel at dawn, the particular quality of air in a stone room where nothing is being demanded. He did not solve anything in those rooms, but he rested in them, and rest for a man of Pascal's intensity was not nothing. Let your breath be slow. Let the body lie completely still. Thich Nhat Hanh wrote that the present moment, when inhabited without agenda, feels like coming home, not to a specific house, to the felt sense of being in the right place. Not because the place is perfect, but because you have arrived. Silence is the precondition for that arrival. When silence is experienced as mercy, when it is not a test or a challenge, but a gift, it has a different quality. It opens, it receives. The silence that is mercy is not the silence of emptiness, it is the silence of sufficiency. The room has what is needed. The body has what it needs. Nothing is missing that tonight was designed to provide. You have been given, tonight, several hours of this, of the world not asking, of the schedule suspended, of the roles put down. This is mercy, the kind that arrives without being requested, the kind that knows what you need before you name it. Rest inside it. Let the silence hold you the way a room holds its warmth after the fire has gone out, slowly, without effort, from what was gathered while it burned. The mystic Julian of Norwich, writing in the 14th century in a small cell attached to a church in Norwich, England, had a series of visions during a serious illness. She spent the rest of her long life reflecting on what she had seen and felt. Her conclusion, arrived at over decades of honest reflection on experiences she could not fully explain, was expressed in a phrase that has outlasted almost everything else she wrote. All shall be well, and all shall be well, and all manner of thing shall be well. She was not naive. She had seen suffering. She meant something more grounded than optimism. The night is good enough. The morning will come. The mercy of silence is that it is always available. It does not require conditions. It does not require the right mood or the right circumstances. It requires only the willingness to stop for a moment, filling it. You have stopped. The silence has arrived. Let it be what it is. Enough, and more than enough. There is a quality of the late hours that is not available at any other time. The world has thinned out. The demands have receded. The social performance is suspended. And in the space that opens, something that is always there but rarely noticed becomes briefly audible. The ordinary miracle of being alive, breathing, warm, present. Pascal thought this quality of simple presence was what all the diversion was, in some confused way, looking for. Not the palace, not the applause, not the next pleasure. This, the room, the breath, the particular quality of right now. Chapter 43, The Mind Softens Down. There is a physical quality to the mind softening. Not a metaphor, an actual physical quality. The muscles of the face release. The jaw, which has been holding, drops slightly. The area behind the eyes, which has been engaged with the effort of thinking, loosens. The breath reaches lower, not forced lower, It finds its own way there when the chest is not tight with attention and effort. The body and mind are not separate systems running in parallel. They are one system with two descriptions. When the mind softens, the body knows. When the body is held, the mind cannot be fully loose. You can feel this right now if you attend to it. Notice the jaw. It is probably slightly tighter than it needs to be. Let it go. Notice the shoulders. They may be carrying some of today's weight. Let them drop. Notice the space behind the eyes, the slight effortfulness of sustained attention. Let it ease. These are not commands, they are invitations. The body is already trying to soften. It has been trying to soften for hours. The mind has been intervening, pulling the attention back to the problems, the plans, the reviews. The body wanted to rest before the mind was ready. Now the mind is ready, or readier. Pascal, who lived in a body that frequently failed him, understood the relationship between physical suffering and the quality of thought. His chronic headaches and digestive illness were not metaphors. They were a constant negotiation between what he wanted to think about and what his nervous system would allow. He had to learn, from necessity, to work with what the body permitted, and in doing so, he came to understand the body's intelligence, its knowledge of what it needed, its insistence on certain rhythms that the ambitious mind wanted to override. The body's intelligence is not inferior to the mind's. It is different. It knows things the mind doesn't know how to ask about. It knows when something is wrong before the mind has formed a coherent concern. It knows when the night has gone on long enough and sleep is needed. It knows now. Feel the heaviness in the legs, in the arms, in the chest. That heaviness is the body's knowledge. You have been awake long enough. The thinking has been enough. The attending has been enough. The mind can soften down now. Not stop entirely. The mind never stops entirely. But soften to the background. Move to the periphery. Let the body be the foreground. The body is patient. It has been waiting for this moment since you lay down. Let it have the room now. Let the mind become the hum in the background, like a motor idling rather than driving. You are almost there. The softening continues on its own if you let it. The practice that most consistently produces this softening in clinical settings, in contemplative traditions, in the ordinary experience of people who have found their way to genuine rest, is simply staying. Staying without agenda. Staying without the constant interruption of the planning mind. The body has its own intelligence about how to let go, and it will exercise that intelligence given the opportunity. The mind's job at this hour is not to direct the softening, but to stop interfering with it, which means letting the thoughts move through without catching and holding them. Letting the concerns exist without requiring their immediate attention. Letting the night be large enough to contain them all without needing to manage any of them. Chapter 44. The heart finds shelter. Pascal wrote in one of the most tender passages of the Pensees about the heart as a searching thing. Not a comfortable thing. Not a settled thing. A thing in motion, looking for the place it can stop moving. He thought the motion was the right response to the condition, that the heart searching was more honest than the heart that had given up and called its discomfort peace. The searching was appropriate. It was proportionate. But he also believed, and this is the quieter half of the Pensees, the half that gets less attention in the philosophical literature, that the searching did not have to be endless. That shelter was available. Not the shelter of achieved certainty, not the shelter of all problems resolved and all questions answered, the shelter of knowing where the warmth is. Even a person who does not know where they are going is warm when they are near a fire. Tonight, you have been near something. We have not named it with precision. Pascal tried to name it, and he used the word God, and others have used other words. But the thing itself, the quality of presence that is available in genuine stillness, the warmth that is in the room when the room is honestly inhabited, that is available regardless of the name. Let your body be completely still. Let the breath be the only movement. Shelter is not the elimination of the night. The night is still there. The vastness, the uncertainty, the questions that will not be answered in this life. The shelter is what is inside the night. This room, this warmth, this body, this particular arrangement of what is. The heart, after a long evening of staying, finds this shelter not by arriving at a conclusion, but by ceasing to flee. You have been in the room. You stayed when the room was uncomfortable. You stayed when what surfaced was difficult. You stayed as the difficulty became familiar and then, gradually, less sharp. You stayed as the silence became less threatening and then, quietly, restful. The heart, by staying, has found the shelter. It was not a destination. It was what was here all along, available when the fleeing stopped. Augustine, in his Confessions, that long account of a restless heart that finally rested, wrote about the experience of arrival after years of searching. He was not writing about a dramatic moment. He was writing about a gradual recognition that what he had been looking for was never far, that the distance had been in the seeking, not in the object. Tonight, the seeking has rested. The heart has found, in the room it was afraid of, the shelter it was looking for. It is here, in the particular warmth of a body at rest, in the particular quality of a room at this hour, in the quiet that has become, over these hours, not absence, but presence. Rest in it. The shelter is real. Pascal's account of shelter was theological, but the experience of shelter, the warmth in the room after the cold outside, the sense of being in a place that is sufficient, that asks nothing more of you tonight than your presence. That experience is available in any room, in any ordinary night. It does not require a particular belief. It requires only the willingness to stop moving long enough to feel what is there. And what is there, in a room at this hour, in a body that is resting, is enough, more than enough. The shelter that Pascal spent his life reaching toward is not a future destination. It is available right here, in the honest inhabiting of what is. Chapter 45. The Quiet Beyond Proof. We return, now, to the unfinished fragment. Pascal left it unfinished not because he ran out of time, though time was always short for him, He left it unfinished, I think, because he understood that what he was reaching for did not admit of completion in the usual sense. You cannot finish a sentence about the thing that exceeds sentences. The fragment is about the heart's knowledge, about the things that are known, truly known, held as real, lived from, that cannot be demonstrated through evidence, cannot be proven in the logical sense, cannot be handed to another person as an argument. They are known the way you know a face you love, not by enumeration of features, by recognition that precedes and exceeds analysis. Pascal's own example was faith, the specific experience of the 23rd of November 1654, which he tried to record in a few lines. Fire, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not the God of the philosophers, was not an argument, it was an encounter. It left him with a knowledge that no one else could verify and that he could not prove, and that he never attempted to prove. He simply knew. Let your breath be easy. The room is still. Now, you may not have had a mystical experience. Most people have not, or have not recognized it as such if they did. But you have, almost certainly, had experiences of the quiet beyond proof. The moment beside the ocean when something vast was present and you did not reach for a theory of it. The morning after a loss when the grief was so clean and specific that it had a kind of dignity. The instant of recognition looking at a sleeping child that was not sentimentality but something older. The conversation that reached a level of honesty so rare that both people felt, afterward, that something real had happened. These do not require proof, they do not require validation, they are among the most certain things you have ever known, and you knew them before you had language for them. Pascal thought this kind of knowing was not inferior to logical knowledge. He thought it was a different faculty, the heart's faculty, operating in its domain the way reason operates in its. Tonight, in this room, in this quiet, something of that kind may be present. Not a vision, not a revelation. The simpler thing, the knowledge, below argument, that you are here, that the being here is not nothing, that the breath in the body is not random, that the weight of the things you love, the people, the moments, the particular textures of your own life, has a reality that no argument is needed to establish. The quiet beyond proof is not mysticism, it is simply experience taken seriously. Experience that does not require a verdict from the logical faculty to be real. You know what you know. Let it be known quietly in this room. Chapter 46, Sleep Near the Infinite. Pascal's two infinities are still there, on either side of you. The infinitely large, the universe extending in all directions, the distance to the nearest star that would take 70,000 years at the speed of our fastest probe, the distance to the edge of the observable universe that would take 46 billion light years and still not reach whatever is beyond it. The infinitely small, the atom, and the particles inside the atom, and the quarks inside those particles, and whatever is inside the quarks, a ladder of smallness that has no bottom rung anyone has yet found. And you, lying in a room, in a bed, with a body that is 2% brain and 98% everything else, hovering in the middle of these two infinities and somehow, against all odds, aware of both. This awareness is extraordinary. Pascal never stopped being amazed by it. The reed that thinks, the finite thing that can conceive of infinity, the mortal creature that can hold in its brief and limited consciousness the image of something that does not die. Let your body be completely still. Let the breath be the only sound. Sleep is, in its way, a small practice of the infinite. When you sleep, the self-monitoring ceases. The identity, the name, the roles, the accumulated history of choices and relationships and memories becomes temporarily irrelevant. The body continues its ancient work. The breath, the heartbeat, the temperature regulation, the cellular repair that cannot happen while the system is fully occupied with consciousness. And the awareness that has been so active, so restless, so full of its own contents, that awareness softens into something that is not quite consciousness and not quite its absence. The edge of sleep is the edge of something larger. Pascal thought that in genuine rest, genuine, unhurried, unmanaged rest, the soul touched something of the infinite that it was part of. Not dramatically, not visibly. The way water is part of the ocean, even in a small pool, not by union, but by nature. The sleep near the infinite is not mysticism. It is the ordinary sleep of a creature that is, by nature, larger than its daytime concerns. The concerns are real. They will be there tomorrow. But they are not infinite, and the thing you are about to touch in the depth of sleep is closer to infinite than any of them. Let the body go toward it. The vigilance can rest. The identity can rest. The performing self can rest. What remains beneath all of those is what you were before the day started and what you will be when the day begins again. Breathing, held, present, briefly, here, real. Go there. The Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard described 3 stages of existence: the aesthetic, the ethical, and the religious. Most people, he thought, spent their lives cycling between the first 2, the pursuit of experience and the adherence to duty. The 3rd stage was different in kind. It required what he called a leap, not a logical step, but a movement of a different order. The leap was toward something that reason could not validate in advance. Pascal would have called it faith. But the structure, the movement toward something larger than the self's own management, is visible in any genuine rest, in any real letting go, in any night when the grip is finally released. The infinite is patient. It has been waiting. Chapter 47. Stillness without fear. We began tonight with a room. Pascal's room. The one that cannot be stayed in. The one the king leaves. The one that sends the busy people back to their diversion. The one that, when genuinely entered, surfaces what has been avoided. We have been in it for several hours now, and something is different. Earlier, the stillness had an edge. It asked. It surfaced. It was honest in the way that honesty can be briefly uncomfortable. The way a light turned on in a room you have not entered in a long time reveals what accumulated while you were away. But we stayed. We moved through the discomfort rather than around it. We visited the anxiety beneath the distraction, the ache that was there before the diversions began, the smallness that turned out not to be threatening, the room that turned out to be gentler than expected, and now, stillness without fear. Not because the fear was argued out of existence, not because the difficult things were resolved, but because the company of the stillness has become familiar enough that the fear has lost its urgency. The quiet is known now. It has been kept tonight. It has not, as the fear suggested, swallowed you or revealed something unlivable or demanded something you could not provide. It has simply been here, as it always was. Let your body rest completely. Let the breath be the last thing you attend to. Pascal, in one of the final fragments of the Pensees, writes something that is less argument than arrival. It is harder to locate than the famous lines. But it is there. A quality of having come through the long examination and found the room livable. Not solved, livable. He did not get to old age. He did not have the long quieting that comes to those who live into their 70s and 80s when the urgent finally recedes and the perspective lengthens. He had 39 years, many of them in pain, all of them in the kind of intensity that does not allow much rest. And yet, in the last fragments, there is rest. Not the rest of achievement, the rest of acceptance. He had stayed in the room. He had faced what the room contained. He had sat with the ache and the restlessness and the weight of consciousness and the smallness and the grief and the vanity and the fragility. And he had found not an answer, but a quality, the quality of a person who has stopped running. Tonight, you have stopped running too. For these hours, for this long night of Pascal's ideas and your own quiet company, you have been in the room. The stillness is safe now. Not because it changed, because you know it. And the thing you know that you did not quite know when we began is this. The room does not ask for anything you cannot give. It asks only for your presence. You have been present. That is everything. Chapter 48. The peace that remains. It is late or early. The particular hour when the day has not yet begun to arrive and the night is still holding. You are in a room. The same room we have been in since we began. The same room Pascal was describing when he wrote about the thing that frightens us. The room where the king could not stay. The room the busy people leave. You are still here, and the room which was at the beginning of this night, a slightly uncomfortable place, a place where things surfaced that had been covered, the room has become something else. It has become the place where the peace is, not the peace of everything resolved. The questions you carried into this room tonight are still questions. The difficult things are still difficult. The uncertainties are still uncertain. But beneath the questions, beneath the difficulty, beneath the uncertainty, something that was always there is available now. in the way that the ground is available once you have stopped moving long enough to feel it. Pascal spent his whole short life reaching for this peace. He found it, he wrote, on a November night in 1654, in a 2-hour encounter that he never fully described and never tried to argue for. He sewed the account into his coat. He wore it until he died. The peace was not an argument. It was not a conclusion. It was the experience of having stopped long enough to feel what was always underneath the restlessness. He called it rest. Let your breath be the last thing you notice. The slow rhythm of the body doing what it was made to do. Augustine, centuries before Pascal, had said, "Our heart is restless until it rests in thee." Tonight, the heart has been restless, and has been honest about its restlessness, and has stayed with it, and has found beneath the restlessness the resting place that was there all along. Not a place you build, a place you find by stopping the building. You have stopped tonight. The room is quiet. The body is warm. The breath is slow. Everything that needed to be said tonight has been said. The philosophers have done their work. Pascal, in his cold study in the 17th century, reaching for something he could not quite catch and keeping the notes anyway, his work has been here with us. And now the work is done. There is nothing left to attend to tonight. Nothing to solve, nothing to review, nothing to prepare. The peace that remains is not the peace that arrives after the difficulty is gone. It is the peace that is underneath the difficulty, available always, waiting for the stillness to make it visible. You have found it tonight. It is the same peace that will be here tomorrow night and the night after. The room that frightened you will not always frighten you. The stillness you once fled has become, this night, the place where you are most at home. Return to it when you need to. The door is always open. The room is always here. And what is in the room, the quality of presence that no distraction can provide and no achievement can manufacture, that is yours. It has always been yours. The night is generous. The silence is full. The body is held. Sleep now.